Well, a big hello to everybody watching today, all day. Welcome to Popstar Plus for today. Coming up, we got a good one. Lisa Kudrow tells us all about the return of her popular show, Who Do You Think You Are? Plus, our conversation with one of the stars of the Mindy Kaling created show, Never Have I Ever, Lee Rodriguez, sharing how it rightly tackles representation. And for our big finale today, this week marks the 15th anniversary of the movie version of Hairspray, and we've got a glimpse of the one and only Michelle Pfeiffer talking about it here on Today back in 2007. We'll get to all that, but first, here are today's Pop Star headlines.
Pop Star O'Clock, isn't it? Pop Star O'Clock, I love that.
House of Dragon. First up on Pop Star today, cue the Game of Thrones theme song. We are getting a peek at the highly anticipated spin-off series in the first new full-length trailer, the upcoming prequel set to take place 200 years before Game of Thrones. And living up to the show's name, House of Dragon will explore the Targaryen family who gave us the mother of dragons herself. But of course, everybody's got their eye on one thing, the Iron Throne.
They consider the matter urgent, that of your succession.
Who else would have a claim?
The firstborn child.
Rhaenyra. No queen has ever sat the Iron Throne.
The king has an heir, Daemon Targaryen.
I will not be made to choose between my brother and my daughter.
A woman would not inherit the Iron Throne, because that is the order of things.
Are we in trouble?
When I'm queen, I'm created.
I watched Game of Thrones.
Targaryen?
Yeah.
What is it, Dylan?
Are you a
Targaryen.
Right. Yeah.
Are you a Game of Throner?
Well, I never actually saw the last season.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
You know how to say
She knows the Targaryens.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. Mark your calendars. This one is slated to hit HBO Max on August 20th.
Wait, Dylan's doing instant fact checks for all of Pop Star.
Okay, what's next?
Excuse me, Carson.
You'll know this one. Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney.
Good job.
Thanks very much.
Well pronounced.
You might remember, I didn't know this, but those guys bought a soccer team, a Welsh soccer team, a couple of years ago. A surprising business move for an American and a Canadian actor who have zero soccer experience. So if you've spent the last couple of years wondering why they did that, all's going to be revealed in FX's new show, Welcome to Wrexham. Yesterday, the network dropped a trailer for the docu-series that follows Reynolds and McElhenney as they attempt to run the Red Dragons, which also happens to be the third oldest professional soccer club in the world.
Wow.
I think the biggest challenge is the community looking around going, what are these two guys doing here?
Welcome to Wrexham.
Only fools rush in.
Is that the gym?
It will be the gym.
Wow.
Yeah, this needs a little work.
Wrexham is a town that battles against odds constantly. But the thing that we love more than anything is the football club.
It's an underdog story.
Okay.
Got some Ted Lasso
Yeah,
vibes.
yeah. Like
Real life deal.
Yeah.
You can check out Ryan and Rob's attempt to turn that football club into one heck of an underdog story when Welcome to Wrexham premieres on FX next month. Next up, Gwyneth Paltrow for this weekend's edition of Sunday Today. Willie caught up with the entrepreneur and Oscar winner at Goop in the Hamptons. She opened up about what it was like to step back from Hollywood to grow her business from a newsletter into a major luxury brand worth more than $250 million. Plus, Gwyneth told Willie about juggling her favorite roles these days. That's CEO and, of course, mom of 2 teens.
You work
may
here
I
at the
help
shop?
you?
Yes. I'm looking for a sleep milk.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know, you've come to the right place.
Gwyneth Paltrow likes to dabble in the details, massaging just about every aspect of the company she has grown from a simple newsletter to a global brand valued at more than $250 million.
I never felt very fully comfortable being in the public eye to that degree. I still don't, but it's fantastic that I've been able to do something that's very fulfilling and work with a team that I adore.
The 49-year-old is more at ease in her roles as CEO, as wife to producer Brad Falchuk, and as mom to the 2 teenagers she shares with ex-husband Chris Martin.
And I do have one going off to college. You realize how finite it went so quickly.
When you think, Gwyneth, about the Hollywood side of your life now, what does it take to get you involved?
I mean, if my husband was doing something and wanted me to do it, I would do it.
You have a big birthday coming
You can
up?
catch their full conversation this weekend on Sunday. Today in Savannah, you recently got a chance to spend a little time with Gwyneth at Goop.
Yeah, you know what? They had an event on Monday night I got to go to. It was a PJ party. We got to wear our PJs.
I
And you know what I love about
Look at
this? There we are in our PJs. Gwyneth is even better at the Irish goodbye than I am. We both were. Wait, she slipped out.
bounced.
Then I slipped out in bed by 9. I said 8:30. She said it was 9. Give us the credit for staying out as late as we did.
I was gonna say.
Oh, I slept in those PJs, of course.
You should.
That
was my question.
Yeah. Awesome. By the way, Carson, can I be pop star correspondent
Sure.
for just one
Go for it.
second? Because you've gone viral,
Yes,
my
I just
friend.
saw this on Instagram.
An old clip from TRL, look at you, cutie, has been exploding all over the internet.
Yes.
It's because of the new Mr. and Mrs. Affleck, but take a look at how this conversation between Carson and J-Lo 20 years ago predicted this weekend's surprising Vegas nuptials.
How are you guys going to do like a wedding? Like, how are you going to try and, is there a deserted enough island?
I don't know.
Why don't you guys get like what would be the plane? Get like a bigger than a G4 and get like married in
Vegas.
the air. Like,
There you go.
Vegas.
Oh,
You should have
Vegas.
sent that to me.
I saw it last night.
You hadn't seen it before that?
No, I forgot all about it.
Well, guess what? You are viral.
Predicted
It's
it.
all
You're
over the
everywhere.
internet. I saw it a bunch of places.
There's another clip from TRL of me and Kid Rock talking about a New York real estate magnate who would become president 15 years later, Donald Trump.
Gosh. No way.
Really?
kidding
Oh, I was like, hey. Well, I was about to say, Carson,
course
what's
we're
going to
not
happen
gonna
in the
tell you.
future?
20 years from now.
Yeah.
No, but that was crazy. That was nuts.
That's awesome.
Cool.
Do you remember that time?
I do. J-Lo was at TRL all the time. She had been dating Puffy, who I was good friends with at the time. And so they were always there.
Yeah.
But then she did Geely, the movie, met Ben. And then it was all of a sudden she was dating Ben, who had won an Oscar. He's like this young up-and-coming superstar. And
You're an
we're all
oracle.
happy for her, yeah.
You are an oracle.
And 20 years later,
Are.
That's amazing.
What's going to happen in 20 years from now?
I'll tell you after the break. And there's more for you to know today because it is Popstar Plus after all. How about this? The cast of Weird, the Al Yankovic story, just keeps getting better and better. First, we have, of course, Daniel Radcliffe as Weird Al, the star of the upcoming biopic. He completely embodies the hit parody maker with the big hair and the whole thing. Then we got a little peek at Evan Rachel Wood as Madonna. Remember that? Spitting image of the Material Girl. Well, now, check this out. Roku releasing a new image. That's Abbott Elementary star Quinta Brunson as the talk show queen, Oprah Winfrey herself. Fittingly, she's standing next to Radcliffe in a closet full of Hawaiian shirts. Brunson retweeted the photo, writing, "Let's get weird." Can't wait to see how this whole thing turns out. Weird, the movie, slated to be released sometime this fall. All right, finally, Lizzo, the Grammy winner, left a few lucky fans feeling extra special last night. She joined Jimmy Kimmel Live with the kindest prank ever. She told fans that they were being brought in to listen to Lizzo's new album and have their reactions recorded. What the fans did not know is that Lizzo was actually right next door, ready to serenade them in person.
'Cause I gotta pee, gotta pee. Hey, ooh, I thought this was the bathroom. Look around ya. Yes, you Mikey. Michael, turn around.
There is nobody quite like Lizzo, as of course we all bore witness when she was on our plaza recently. Lizzo having a hot summer. All right, still coming up here on Popstar Plus, Lisa Kudrow. She's going to preview the relatives revealed and the riveting stories told in the newest season of Who Do You Think You Are?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. Lisa Kudrow, of course, beloved for playing Phoebe on Friends. But recently, her passion lies in executive producing the hit genealogy show called Who Do You Think You Are? She spoke to our third hour about the new revelations featured in this latest season.
Welcome back. This morning, we are so excited to catch up with one of our favorites, the very funny Lisa Kudrow.
For 10 seasons, you probably knew her for that Emmy-winning role as Phoebe Buffay on that little show called Friends that cropped up the network for about 20 years. She also starred in the 90s cult classic, Romeo and Michelle's High School Reunion, which it celebrated its 25th anniversary.
Well, today, Lisa is an executive producer for NBC's Who Do You Think You Are? It's a documentary series that follows different celebrity guests each week as they trace their family tree with genealogists and historians.
So good. This week's episode follows award-winning actress Allison Janney as her search takes her all the way to Bermuda.
I can't believe that I'm here in Bermuda. The fact that my grandmother died here it's it was kind of moving flying in. And also thinking about my 11th time great-grandfather, Stephen Hopkins. He came to America via Bermuda because of a shipwreck. It's kind of extraordinary.
It's the kind of show I talk back to the TV. I'm like, oh, that's so interesting. Good morning to you, Lisa.
Good to see you.
I was just looking at the lineup of guests: Billy Porter, Bradley Whitford, just to name a few. So you went through this process yourself in this first season, so you know kind of what they're going through. Are there any stories that stick out to you, or just talk to us in general about this project?
Well, I mean, it can be incredibly emotional, and I think the thing I love about it the most is that it's personalizing history. And, you know, when we learn history, we don't learn all of it, number one. And number two, we don't remember because it's just sort of these broad strokes. But when you personalize it through our ancestors who experienced it, then it really sinks in that we should pay attention a little more.
Absolutely.
To learn
Absolutely.
history. But it's so funny because the Allison Janney thing, the other thing I love about this show are these weird, sort of inexplicable things, these links to our ancestors. Like for Allison, she's learning about an ancestor, her 11 times great-grandfather, who, you know, was coming to the new Jamestown colony in Virginia in 1609 and got shipwrecked and ended up in Bermuda.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
But her grandmother, who's the descendant of that guy as well, she had a house in Bermuda. She had an affinity with Bermuda and died in Bermuda, which is what Allison's like. She was here. Yeah,
Gives you the chills.
The whole thing is really fascinating. I remember I got to follow my genealogy a couple years ago. It took me to like a church in Lower Manhattan where my great-great-great-grandmother got married, and I got to walk in that church, and it was just... it just makes you have feelings that you didn't even know existed. So why do you think people are so into genealogy within the last several years?
Because I think we sense that there's some connection to our past, and we're curious about it. And when you finally see what they endured and what they lived through, it kind of makes you feel like I'm not here by accident, and it's a miracle I'm here, and thank you for whatever you had to go through that
to make
allowed
this happen.
me to be here. Yeah.
We teased this earlier, so we have to ask you about this extra audition that you had to have for that little show called Friends. What's the story there?
Yeah, how about that? I didn't even realize so recently. I had a special audition for Jim Burrows because he was directing it, and I assumed all the actors did. And then I found out, like, I don't know, 4 years ago, I was
following your genealogy.
Yeah.
The only one that had a second audition.
That's crazy work. No, I found out that I was the only one who had to audition for him.
Oh, that's so funny.
I have to admit something to you. I go to sleep listening to your voice almost every night. Is this the weirdest thing anybody's ever said on the Today Show?
So far it is.
Because my wife, it's her happy place.
Oh, yeah.
And she puts it on, and she falls asleep soundly and sleeps through the night. So
Yeah.
it's weird. I don't even know
That's
why I'm telling you
Friends
this.
you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, oh, do you do a sleep
Just a
podcast?
mixtape, actually. It's a
I
mixtape.
was like, are you on the call now?
Yeah, I'm like, what's happening? That's so funny.
So she's not going to talk to me during the commercial.
Yeah, all right.
I do that too.
Always great having Lisa with us. We should mention Who Do You Think You Are airs Sunday nights right here on NBC. Coming up next, a star from Never Have I Ever on the show's importance, especially when it comes to representation in TV. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/plan your vote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back. Lee Rodriguez plays Fabiola on the Never Have I Ever show. It's a Mindy Kaling created show. It features a quite diverse cast navigating high school, and Rodriguez spoke to us about what the show's storytelling gets right about the coming-of-age experience.
What do I think Never Have I Ever gets right? They get it right in the sense that being in high school, you don't always see like young girls, wanting to have all of these different experiences as far as like sex and like dating and also in high school, like you're figuring yourself out a lot. I know with Fabiola, like in season 1, she was coming to terms that, she was gay. And so I feel like that's something that's very accurate and a very big, experience that a lot of young queer teens have.
I'm gay.
What does it mean to play Fabiola? For me, it means a lot because I see a lot of myself in her. Like she's just like, she's got a lot of layers. She's got the whole awkward teen going on. She's queer, she's like a woman of color. She has like this best friend group that, she's always like ride or die, always down to like for whatever. But playing her, I feel like there was this one experience that I had. I went to this event and there was this young girl and she told me how much it meant to her, like seeing an awkward teenager in high school, and just said that like she really resonated with that. Like being tall and being awkward within itself is like a whole experience. So just playing her, I guess I never realized how many different people would see themselves in Fabiola, and so it's awesome and I love it, and I've loved playing her.
I'm gay. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you sooner.
honestly just realized.
Don't you dare apologize to me.
Really?
I love this for you. And I love this for me. Finally, a gay friend. It really fits my brand as a theater wench.
So season 1, Davy has this idea that they need to get boyfriends, that they need to start dating and lose their virginity. And for Fabiola, it wasn't ideal because she didn't really know if she wanted to have a boyfriend. She tried out the whole boyfriend sitch. Was weird. Very weird for her. And then she sees this beautiful, gorgeous girl named Eve, and she starts having a crush on her. And so it makes her question her sexuality. And so season 1, she comes to terms that she is gay. And that's great. We love that for her. So season 2, you'd think that things would get easier after you come out. But the reality is, she had way more questions than she did answers. She was trying to fit in to pop queer culture, and she just doesn't fit. And I feel like season 2, it just goes to show there's no one way to be gay. There's no wrong or right way. It's just, it's whatever you feel. And so that's what I really loved about her journey in season 2, coming to terms that she can be a robotics geek and, support the LGBTQ community. And so you can do it all. But yeah, I feel like it's important because it's just real. It's real life. It's realistic. Well, I constantly got the question after Never Have I Ever came out. It's like, oh, are you really gay? Are you just pretending to be a lesbian? And I would constantly see people assuming my sexuality. And so it would always kind of bug me, because I would be like, well, do I not look like somebody who would be queer? Am I not a valid queer person? And so I kind of just came to terms. And also, playing Fabiola kind of also helped me come to terms as well, that it is such a relevant thing. There's no one way to be gay. And you know what? Sometimes you don't even have to come out. It's all up to you. You can come out, you cannot come out. It's whatever makes you feel comfortable. And so I'm so thankful to have, played Fabiola. But yeah, I feel like I've learned a lot, and it really helped me be able to make that post and feel confident enough to do so. And so, yeah, it's a really big moment for me. Yeah, I mean, I get DMs and comments all the time saying how Fabiola's, the character Fabiola inspired their coming out and inspired them to, was their gay awakening. So that's pretty awesome. That always means a lot, because I do bring a lot of my own characteristics to Fabiola. And so it also allows me to feel less alone too. But yeah, season 3, a lot of great moments. Yeah, you're gonna see her come into her own. There's gonna be a lot of surprises. A lot of surprises in the 3rd season. Specifically with Fabiola, a lot of things that people did not expect. So that's all I can say. But it's gonna be awesome.
Thanks to Lee for hanging out with us, and you can catch Never Have I Ever on Netflix. Its 3rd season premieres in just a few weeks. Still coming up, a Hairspray flashback you're not going to want to miss.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. Can you believe that this week marks 15 years since the release of the movie version of Hairspray? You might remember it featured a star-studded cast: John Travolta, Christopher Walken, Queen Latifah, Zac Efron, and Michelle Pfeiffer, who spoke with us back in 2007 right here on Today about working on the movie musical.
And Michelle Pfeiffer joins us this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I understand the premiere was last night here in New York. How was it?
It was fantastic. Exuberant. It was. It's by far the funnest premiere, not only New York but Los Angeles as well, of any movie that I've ever had. It was.
Is it fun to watch it with an audience, or do you get a little nervous?
I normally get really nervous, really anxious. I realize about halfway through it that I've stopped breathing. But I was never nervous with this because it is such an audience pleaser.
It is. I told you, my daughter and I watched it together, and we were dancing. By the end of it, we were up and dancing.
Well, I wish you had seen it actually with a big audience, because it's so much a part of the experience of it, because people applaud and they're laughing and yelling at it's just fantastic.
But it's not just fun. We had Queen Latifah on yesterday. We were talking about this. It also has a real message that has to get out.
Yeah, without being too heavy-handed. It has this really important and powerful message that just kind of washes over you throughout the entire film.
That you can change things in life, that you need to.
And it sort of turns all of those stereotypes on its head, in terms of what is beautiful, what is socially acceptable, and it does it in such a delightful, entertaining way.
And you play not a nice lady. She's
she's pretty hateful.
She's very hateful, but she has a sense of humor. I'll give her that, actually.
I don't know that she has a sense of humor,
but you deliver a sense of humor with her.
Hopefully we will find her funny.
We actually have a scene with you with Chris Walken, and you were trying to seduce him. Not too successfully. Can we put that up, guys?
Husband accidentally suffocated.
You need a fella.
I do need a fella.
And the way to a man's heart is through his funny bone. Now, here's an icebreaker for you.
Do you find that people are surprised that you're funny?
Yes. I'm surprised that I'm funny, ever. I don't consider myself funny. I always feel that I'm the straight man, usually, in a movie, but yeah. And I don't find myself funny, actually.
Even when you watch it, you don't?
No.
Or you're your worst critic then,
Well,
probably.
yeah.
Which is often the case. Are you one of those people that thinks that any day someone's going to discover that you're a fraud?
I'm an imposter.
Yeah,
yeah.
I go through.
Yeah.
What is that about? Because you're highly successful.
I don't know. Bad potty training. I don't know. Something deep and dark
that you
in
probably
our
don't want to
past
find out.
And I don't want to share.
Yeah. Well, you have a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old, a daughter and a son. They've seen this movie of mom acting in this villainous way. What did they think of it?
I think they are delighted to see me. I think in the beginning they weren't sure. First of all, it's the first premiere they have ever been to of any movie that I've made. Actually, it's the first premiere they had ever been to. And it was so obvious that this was the right one to bring them to, and they're at the right age. And but when I was working on the film, and I would bring home photographs and Polaroids of this and that, their eyebrows would kind of raise, and and Claudia at one point said, "Mom, it's a little over the top." I said, "Yeah, it is."
But is that what you kind of like about it, playing against what people assume is your type?
I'm grateful that people think it's against my type, but I like, I guess it's nice to, surprise yourself and to surprise others, and, to venture into sort of dangerous territory. I really, certainly wasn't within my comfort zone. The character or the tone of the piece, or, even though I had done Grease 2 and I had done Baker Boys, and this was sort of, for me, the first real musical.
All right, that was pretty cool stuff there. Guys, that's going to do it. You're off the hook. Popstar Plus is done for today. Hope you enjoyed the show. As always, we'll be back again tomorrow with another new episode, so be sure and join us then. See you soon.
Welcome to a special episode of Shark Watch Today, where we're talking all things sharks. I'm Kerry Sanders. Today, we're looking back at some of the brave folks who go swimming with the ocean's fiercest predators, and we're diving into shark science, how these creatures are teaching us about more than ourselves, but about the world around us. From coast to coast, early shark season sightings are on the rise, putting beachgoers on high alert. And just a few weeks ago, a fisherman had a remarkably close call. NBC's Emily Akeda has his incredible story and more on some of these close calls.
Right off the coast of Sea Isle. Look at this monster.
A jaw-dropping close-up of a great white. A stunning 12-foot-long shark, witnesses say, less than a mile from the Jersey shore.
Look at him.
Joey Piazza relieved to have caught a glimpse of the apex predator from the confines of his boat.
To see it in our oceans today, the great giant of the world, it just was impressive.
But the remarkably close encounter sending chills down other beachgoers' spines.
Is there anything that would keep you out of the water?
A shark sighting.
As a spate of sightings suggests the East Coast shark season is getting an early start. In April, 1,000-pound ironbound made his way up to New Jersey. And off the coast of Massachusetts, people have spotted at least 10 sharks since Memorial Day weekend. Like this one sending a seal airborne near Nantucket. And this mako shark spotted off Long Island. Officials there already on high alert after seeing a very significant increase in sharks last summer, prompting them to use more drones to keep watch.
They are our early warning system. They could see before our lifeguard could spot a shark coming in.
The U.S. has the majority of unprovoked shark attacks worldwide, with nearly 50 recorded in 2021. This California swimmer is among the survivors. June marks a year since his harrowing dip near San Francisco.
I kind of feel just this like a sudden kind of like a push and a little sting. And as I was twitching my leg, like I could see kind of like a nose, triangular nose, like with two dark eyes, just kind of in a flash kind of pass.
Overall, the number of deaths from shark attacks is extremely small and trending down, according to experts who offer this advice to swimmers.
The real important message is the sharks are here. They're hunting, they're doing their natural activities, and we're sharing that area with them.
Most people who see a shark in the ocean would get out fast as possible. But there are folks who get into the water with sharks on purpose. I met some of them. Here's a look back at a shark tour 6 miles off the coast of Florida. It goes against common sense. Get in the water with the ocean's most feared predators, sharks. But thousands of tourists all around the world do it every year. Shark tourism attracting almost 600,000 thrill seekers worldwide, an industry worth more than $314 million. But is it safe? Today, I'm going shark diving to show you. But before you even get on the boat, do your research. Look for a reputable and certified tour company online with good reviews. And when you get there, what do I need to know? Make sure the operators do a safety briefing.
If you can swim slowly with your feet, you're looking at least more natural in the water.
So you know what to do and what not to do. As we're heading out, I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, totally natural to be nervous. You have nothing to worry about.
Janelle Van Ruten's been diving with sharks for 6 years, leading tours for curious divers like me. I'm trusting you.
You can trust me. I got you.
When we get to the dive spot, our captain chums the water to attract the sharks. And I suit up. If you're going snorkeling, try on your gear before you even get in the water.
So if it holds to your face, it fills.
Practice breathing through it so you're comfortable. And if you're going diving like me,
all right, we have your air right here, full tank.
make sure a safety diver goes down with you as well. With sharks swarming below, that's our cue to dive in.
Should I be worried right now? Not at all. They want nothing to do with us. They may be a little bit confused, but for the most part, they know that we're not on their menu.
And that's because of what I'm wearing.
Why am I wearing gloves? The sharks eat smaller fish. In the bottom of your hand, it looks like a fish belly, so you wear them for protection.
Another important tip, keep your hands close to your body as you swim, so the sharks don't confuse them for lunch. But if a shark does come towards you like this one,
The best thing to do is just create eye contact. It's just us looking at them, they've already turned away.
this is key. Eye contact. Experts say let the shark know you're a top predator and establish dominance, which is exactly what happens when I come face to face with this shark.
You see that shark? Once it recognized how big I was, that I wasn't a fish, it just swam away.
Experts say sharks are not interested in humans, but when you're underwater, you're on their turf. So don't get too close.
Not a petting zoo, so we tell people to not touch them out of respect for the shark.
Armed with these tips, you might just be brave enough to take the plunge. One other tip the experts say, if the shark is heading directly towards you, try putting your foot up and getting the fin to direct it away from you. And if you can't, just maybe use your arm like the Heisman Trophy move and get the shark to go around you. Not easy, but definitely worth a try. Well, we're going to take a look at bull sharks now. They're some of the most aggressive sharks in the ocean, but they are not out looking for people. Let's take a look. For decades, sharks have both intrigued and terrified us, even if statistically we're more likely to die from a coconut falling on our heads. The blockbuster movie Jaws gave the shark a bad rap.
Jaws was pretty hard on sharks in general. I think it kind of painted them as a monster.
Marine biologist John Money is the deputy director at Oklahoma Aquarium. He says in reality, sharks are not looking to attack us.
It's not an attack. Usually the bite is exploratory. They're looking for food. They're hunting fish.
And those accidental attacks are more rare than you think. They happen on average 80 times a year worldwide. More than half of them take place in the United States, and most of those in Florida. Although last week we saw 2 kids bitten by sharks off the coast of New York's Fire Island. The attacks just a few miles apart and within an hour of each other.
I could have lost a leg, but I didn't.
Of the 465 known shark species living in our oceans today, the bull shark is one of the biggest and the boldest. It's considered the 3rd most dangerous after the tiger shark and the great white. It can grow as large as 8 feet long and weigh up to 500 pounds, and its teeth are like razors. The strength of a bite could break bones. But as long as we leave them alone, experts believe they are not interested in eating us.
We're not on the menu. They're really not a threat to us.
Or so I hope, since I'm now down here with bull sharks. And that metal suit I was wearing was made of chain, so that if a shark did try to bite me, it wouldn't be able to penetrate the suit. When we come back, more stories of brave men and women who went swimming with sharks, plus a few close calls.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Shark Watch Today. Now, a lot of military men and women rely on support animals when they return home from service. Usually, it's a dog. Sometimes, it's a horse. But in 2017, I visited an aquarium in Georgia that's offering up a unique program to help vets from the Wounded Warrior Project. At first glance, the beauty and serenity here would seem a world apart from the battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan. But today, those worlds converge as veterans of both wars muster at the Georgia Aquarium.
You will have a mask and a snorkel.
Surprisingly, they say in their civilian lives, there's comfort in those old military routines, like threat assessments.
That's a humphead wrasse. He likes to take masks. Find your name over here.
I had a brain injury, so I kind of don't remember a lot of it.
The bond Robin Young, Sergeant First Class U.S. Army retired, shares with each of these vets is an invisible wound, post-traumatic stress disorder.
I'm really freaking out, I'm telling you, oh my God.
Ever-present fear, doubt, suspicion.
Oh, don't touch me, oh my God.
It all traces back to flashes of terror.
There's sights that you can't unsee.
Bill Legg, Sergeant First Class U.S. Army retired. 2 tours Iraq, 1 Afghanistan, more than 4 years now with PTSD.
How do you define that to those who've never been in the military?
It's like a bad experience, like a bad taste of food. You never forget it.
Never forget. But swimming with the largest fish in the world, the gentle whale shark, a new memory that hopefully transcends the water.
We're about 20 minutes now into the dive here in the tank. Hearts have slowed down and minds are wandering.
What we're asking people to do here is experience the whole thing, the excitement and the anxiety, and to see if maybe that anxiety will go down and just have the excitement and fun that's left over.
For Robin's success.
It was awesome.
How does what you just did here apply to what you're fighting every day?
It showed me, even though I was terrified, that I did it.
Still, PTSD is never cured. Triggers never far away.
Whenever I would be out fishing, trying to relax, and I step on a root, it's like, there it is. Those are just things when PTSD comes around, things you can't unfeel.
But for a moment, in a fish tank in Georgia, those painful flashbacks are all but forgotten. And that program has seen a lot of changes in the 5 years since that first story aired. A spokesman from the aquarium says they've added 2 new options, including shark cage diving and shark and ray immersion. Pretty neat. Back in the day, the only way to spot a shark at the beach was that fin. But now we have technology that can actually pinpoint a shark's location. I went underwater off the coast of Florida to learn more about where sharks travel and just how close they get to the shore.
Go, forward!
Off the coast of Cape Cod, scientists began tagging great white sharks 3 years ago.
Accelerometer is on.
Naming them too, including Mary Lee.
The shark is named Catherine.
And Catherine.
What's going on there? It's counterintuitive.
And now it's the real science emerging that has experts like Greg Scommel from OSearch excited.
And
Catherine right now is off the coast.
Right there. She's right there in that little orange dot.
Since Catherine began transmitting, she's traveled more than 13,000 miles. Mary Lee an astonishing 20,000 plus miles. The routes they swim look like a plate of spaghetti, and more often than anyone realized, they're very close to the East Coast shoreline, sometimes within 20 yards. Yet scientists say they still cannot predict where a great white is going next. They do, however, have a theory as to why sharks, females in particular, are like tourists coming to these warm waters off the coast of Florida. The 80-degree temperatures are good for their pregnancies. Today, off the coast of Jupiter, Florida,
We are looking for a great white.
we encountered 20 bull sharks, but no great whites. They're out there, as spear fisherman Grayson Shepard discovered earlier this month off the Florida Gulf Coast.
We have our monsters, we have our boogeymen, and great white is definitely one of them. That particular boogeyman has now been proven to be real.
Real and closer than any of us ever knew. Mary Lee and Catherine, the sharks' Twitter accounts, are still active and sharing updates from OSearch along with locations of some other great white sharks. Now, we know sharks rarely bite people on purpose. Experts say it's usually a case of mistaken identity. But for those who do get bitten, moving on can be a process. Let's take a look at two incredible survivor stories. It may be the scariest word in the English language. Shark! And while the movie Jaws is a big reason for that, in real life, sharks cause panic.
Get out of the water!
Get out of the water! Steve Robles survived an attack in California less than 2 weeks ago.
I grabbed its nose and I started trying to pull it off of me.
On Tuesday, he and other residents demanded a ban on anglers at the Manhattan Beach Pier. It's believed fishing lures dangerous sharks too close to swimmers and surfers.
Reckless behavior has to be penalized.
With another attack just this past Monday, there have now been a total of 22 attacks off the U.S. coast so far this year, 14 of those in Florida.
It's extremely rare for a shark to bite a human with the intention of an attack. Usually it really is just a case of mistaken identity.
Case in point, off Sarasota, Florida, 2011.
911. We're on the boat right now. Our friend just got bit by a shark.
That friend was C.J. Wickersham.
Scars on my left thigh. I got like about 600 or 800 stitches.
We first met C.J. in recovery after the 8 to 10 foot long bull shark attacked. He and his friends had been out spearfishing that day.
I just bit, and then when I punched it, let go.
That's right. He punched the shark, and it swam away.
Would you say this shark attacked you, to use the word attack?
I don't know if it was just curious, maybe, because it didn't, just kind of bit, and when I hit it, let go, it didn't like shake or anything or come back.
Which is especially lucky for CJ's friend Connor Bystrom, who jumped right in to the rescue.
Do you think twice about getting in the water these days?
No, I mean, we still go out and spear all the time.
And that may be the biggest surprise. CJ and his friends say they respect sharks, but they're not afraid.
So you had a shark attack you on the worst day of your life, and now, years later, you don't even have residual effects?
Nope, just a scar.
And a hell of a story.
Yep.
An update from Stephen Robles. Well, he says he's scheduled to do his first major open water channel swim since he was attacked by a shark. That's set to happen in August 11th to be exact, in Santa Barbara, California. Coming up next, we'll dive into what's causing the dramatic rise in shark attacks from coast to coast.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Shark Watch Today. While shark attacks are on the rise worldwide, there is one place where it still happens more than anywhere else, the shark attack capital of the world, right here in Florida. Take a look. The violent circle of life on full display in Cape Cod. A great white shark turning the water there blood red. Luckily, this time the meal was a seal, not a swimmer. Shark feedings may be routine, but rarely are they captured on an amateur's camera, just feet from the shore.
It's been the recovery of their food source and protection of white sharks that have allowed their populations to come back.
A comeback that understandably makes some swimmers nervous. Just this year, there have been 60 shark attacks worldwide. 9 have been fatal, the highest number since 2013. 7 of those deadly attacks in Australia, which hasn't seen this many shark fatalities since 1934. 2 were in the U.S., one off Maine, the other off California. While shark attacks are on the rise worldwide, the most shark attacks in the United States happen right here in Florida. So far this year, those shark encounters in Florida have not been deadly, like the nurse shark that clamped down on a man's foot this weekend. It took a hammer to pry it loose. And a week earlier on Miami Beach, Mark Bowden was bitten by a 6-foot black-tip shark while he was body surfing. Mark told me he didn't realize sharks here hunt for fish so close to shore.
I was in his territory. There were a lot of fish around. It was murky. He was probably just taking a little sample to see what it was.
Biologist Chris Lowe tags sharks for research. He says his team has tagged more sharks off the coast of Southern California this year than ever before.
When you think about the fact that this population is coming back because of conservation, but at the same time climate is changing, we don't know which of the two are giving us the scenario that we get today.
The ocean's silent predator, not always so hidden from view. And so remember, there is no reason to panic here. The reason that we're seeing more sharks is because scientists and other patrols are looking for more sharks. One person who is fearless in the face of sharks is Australian Valerie Taylor. With more than 10,000 dives in her life, she's familiar with the feeling of coming face to face with a shark.
I'd never seen anybody hand feeding a great white shark off the back of a boat. I wanted to give that nice shark, he was a boy shark, my fish.
Valerie Taylor is a pioneer. In the 1950s, swimming with sharks just wasn't done. But a young female scientist, it was just unheard of. Famed oceanographer Jean-Michel Cousteau says when everyone else was swimming away, Valerie was swimming towards danger. She and her husband, with their underwater cameras, brought the world the first close-up underwater views of great white sharks ever filmed.
They wanted dangerous marine animals, or what they thought were dangerous. They wanted drama, and if I could be in the film, fluttering around amongst all these creatures, that was even better.
You are either crazy or incredibly courageous.
I didn't take either of those things. I'm incredibly curious.
At a time when sharks were thought to be mindless killers, Taylor and her husband were taking a different approach, rescuing this great white tangled in wire and gently soothing it as it returns to the sea, a memory now tinged with sadness.
I think she was only free for another 6 months and a fisherman caught her.
Over thousands of dives, Valerie has had countless close calls. She's even been bitten 4 times, but her attitude has never changed.
If things went wrong, I get frustrated and angry, but not really scared.
Taylor even proved firsthand how a shark's bite really works.
The sharks don't have crush power.
At age 85, Taylor says she has no regrets and that she's looking forward to getting back in the ocean, the source of all life on our planet.
The marine environment that I knew when I first took up snorkeling and then diving doesn't exist anymore. It's been altered hugely by human impact.
Do you believe that it can be brought back?
Only if it's left alone, and we're not going to leave it alone.
Filmmakers at National Geographic used more than 5,000 hours of footage of Valerie Taylor's life to create the documentary Playing with Sharks. Up next, shark DNA could help find a cure for cancer. Well, we'll dive right into that when we come right back.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special all about sharks. We've talked about tracking them, diving with them. Now something a little different. Could sharks, those fierce, terrifying predators, could they hold the key to curing cancer? That's a question some scientists are trying to answer. They're the ocean's fiercest predator. And the reason many people won't go in the water.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
But now scientists say sharks could help save our lives.
We compared their genomes in a variety of different ways.
Dr. Mahmoud Shivji from Nova Southeastern University and Dr. Michael Stanhope of Cornell led a team of international scientists in mapping the genome of the great white shark, studying its genetic makeup. Their findings surprising even them.
It's generated some amazing discoveries that we had never anticipated.
First of all, sharks have 50% more DNA than we do.
So the question then became, so what's all this extra DNA doing?
Turns out keeping the sharks healthy. You see, our DNA is made up of cells which are constantly dividing. Sometimes mutations happen, a change that can cause disease like cancer. Our body has mechanisms to fix them, but that doesn't always happen. It turns out the shark's extra DNA helps it repair itself and keep its genes healthy.
The other sort of unexpected thing we found were genes that were tied to really fundamental mechanisms of wound healing.
The goal, applying it to human health and eventually turning it into medication.
You can take those genes and you can make proteins out of them, which opens up a whole therapeutic avenue because proteins can then be turned into medications.
But scientists warn us that sharks, which are threatened by overfishing, can help us only if there are sharks in the ocean.
There's so much more that we can get from these animals if we keep them around and study how they function with potential applications to helping humans down the road.
Scientists point out this is all at the genetic level, so eating sharks, like shark meat, it's not going to help you cure cancer. Well, that's our show. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you've enjoyed this up-close look at sharks and the people who study them. I'm Kerry Sanders. We'll see you next time.
Take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. Ah! Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Today I'm dishing up the sneaky secrets I use to remake two classic chicken recipes. We've got chicken noodle soup and chicken parm. I mean, what's the point of sharing recipes if we don't dish on our secrets, right? Chicken is obviously one of the most versatile proteins out there, and it's something everyone in my family loves, frankly. So I'm always thinking of different ways to use it. So it really depends on what I'm making, but I'm a big fan of using rotisserie chicken wherever I can, especially in something like a chicken soup. I do tend to keep some frozen chicken on hand because you never know when you need a last minute meal. But my trick is when you start to thaw the chicken, I like to begin to cut it before it's totally thawed. I find it's a lot easier to cut through when it's almost half frozen. And if it is totally thawed, my other trick is to use kitchen shears. Just use straight up scissors to cut the chicken up into little bits if that's what you're doing, because sometimes trying to cut fresh chicken is just so difficult. First up, chicken noodle soup with my secret ingredient. Take a look. Let's start with some carrots. Wait, these aren't carrots. What are these?
Celery. Pancakes. 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 Oh, pancakes. Oh, pancakes.
Why are you saying pancake?
Peel. I'm ready to peel.
All right, let's peel the carrots. You literally peel better than your father. Up. You want to cut this?
No, no, no.
You gonna run away? Want me to tell you when I'm done?
Cal, are you gonna stay for the onion?
That hurts my eyes.
Go stand over there. Okay. Can we continue? Can I go saute the vegetables now? Okay. While that's sauteing, let's do the chicken. Take this
Skin off.
Yeah, I'm taking the skin off.
There's nudity now.
So instead of taking the time to boil up a whole chicken, I just bought a pre-cooked chicken at the grocery store. On some bite-sized pieces, small enough for Ollie to eat. Okay, perfect. And here's my secret.
Noodles.
Ramen noodles. So when I was in Korea with the flu, I ate chicken noodle soup every single day, and the noodles they used were ramen noodles, and it was the best chicken soup I've ever had. So I tried to recreate that. So now I add ramen noodles to my soup. A chunk. Thank you.
Not the big chunk, right?
Sometimes I even like to eat these before they're cooked. It's up to you if you want to use the spice packet. Sometimes I'll use a little bit because it adds a nice little saltiness, but sometimes it doesn't need it. Put a lid on and let this simmer till dinner time.
It looks like butter.
It does look like butter. All right, ready? Here you go. All right, cutting onions has been the biggest obstacle that Calvin and I encounter when we are cooking together. I'll do the onions, okay? have no fear because you guys have written in so many wonderful suggestions, and I'm gonna give them a try. Here's the thing though, the reason I never cry when Calvin is like, bawling his eyes out over these onions, I wear contacts, so I think that kind of protects my eyes from whatever juices are floating around from these onions. So chances are you're not gonna see me cry because of my contacts. But these make sense to me. The first one is you want to keep a bowl of water near you when you're chopping an onion, and I think that is because when you cut the onion, the acids are released into the air, and water actually attracts those acids. So when you're cutting, instead of them, being drawn to the water in your eye, they're being drawn to the water in the bowl itself. So that makes sense to me. I will certainly try that one. Another one, which I think is along the same lines, is you take a paper towel and you soak it in water, and then you chop the onion right onto the paper towel, which also makes sense because if the acids are attracted to the water, then the water in the paper towel would draw out the acids. However, I feel like if you have a really sharp knife and you cut a little bit of paper towel, I'd rather tear up a little bit than have paper towel in my food, but that's just me. Another one we've actually tried, because someone sent us a pair of these onion goggles. I think it must work the same way as it does with my contacts, So you put on these onion goggles, it's got a nice nice little seal around it. So again, these acids, whatever juices are floating around after you cut into an onion, are not getting into your eye. And how cool do they look? They need to make kids' version of onion goggles because the goggles I have for Calvin are too big for his face. So not only was he trying to cut the onion, but then he's touching his face with onion juice on his fingers. So it didn't necessarily work as well. He just needs glasses that fit better. Okay, and the last one is you chew a piece of gum, which you want to wait until right before you start cutting, because you'll notice when you put a piece of gum in your mouth, you naturally start talking and breathing, through your mouth as opposed to breathing through your nose. So none of these onion juices are getting into your nasal cavity, and it's not making you upset. Although this is going to make my mother very upset that I'm talking with a mouthful of gum. So thank you guys so much for sending in all these tips. I love to actually get a chance to set up my science experiments and try what you recommend. I really do read through everything you suggest, and we are certainly going to try these in the kitchen. I think the bowl of water might be our first try. Coming up next, my take on an Italian classic, chicken parm, and this one also has a secret ingredient. Stay tuned and I'll tell you what it is.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Who's this?
cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Up next is my chicken parm with a secret ingredient. It may seem a little unconventional, but instead of breadcrumbs, I actually use saltine crackers. I know it sounds crazy, but I promise it works. In addition to the crackers, for this recipe, you'll need chicken, of course, Parmesan cheese, garlic powder, Italian seasoning, salt, pepper, eggs, flour, and deli mozzarella cheese. First, we're gonna prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these? Crackers. We're gonna use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm going to put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. I'm going to sprinkle in some garlic powder. I'm going to add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Let's put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. This is just seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic.
What else?
Seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job! What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some garlic. Some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese? Good.
Sometimes I go slow look.
You're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Okay. Should we have one more bite? You love it? All right, let's take a couple questions from social media. Jenny asked, do you serve it with basil leaves or is that fresh spinach? That's a good question. I never really explained that part of the dish. So another secret I have, I like to take my dish, I put fresh spinach in the bottom of the dish, and then I drizzle it with some olive oil, some salt, and fresh cracked pepper. Then I take the pasta right out of the water and let it drip just a little bit, but then I put the warm pasta on top of the spinach so it starts to kind of wilt a little bit, so it's cooked but not really cooked, and it still has that nice crunch and that fresh flavor. And all of that is kind of the bed for the regular chicken parm. Another question we got from Instagram, do you feed the cameraman? That's a very good question. Why do you think I made chicken parm? So my cameraman is actually my husband, Brian.
Behind the scenes, Cooking with Cal, and my AD on the shoot is sitting right behind me. That's how we have to bribe him the food to keep it quiet.
He shoots and edits all of these Cooking with Cows for me, so it's truly a family affair. Brian's favorite meal is chicken parm, so this meal was all for him. And Caroline asks, where do we find all these recipes? Very good question. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
3. Let's see how fast I could cut these.
No, that's terrible.
I'm Bella James, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. My name is Isabella, and I'm in 2nd grade, and I'm 7 years old. When I first started to cook, I was 4 years old, and the first thing I ever made was scrambled eggs. My mom taught me how to cook. Some of my favorite Jamaican dishes that I make with my mom are cow foot, brown stewed chicken, curry goat, curry chicken. Cow foot is a Jamaican dish that my mom makes that I absolutely love. I think Grammy Pearl used to make cow foot. My great-great-grandma had a restaurant in Jamaica. Everyone in my family loves to cook, so that's why I like to cook for everyone in my family. I have my own lemonade business, and it's called Sunshine Lemonade. Some of the things I like to do are to play Roblox with my friends, playing outside in the treehouse with my sister. Well, anything to get out, to have fun, really. I'm also a Girl Scout, and I love to ride my bike. Today, I'm so excited because today we will be making my upside down pineapple cake and my sunshine lemonade. What I love most about it is it's not too sugary, and we also put applesauce instead of eggs for people who are vegan. This is what you need to get started. Some cooking spray, some coconut oil, brown sugar, pineapple slices, and maraschino cherries. I think maraschino cherries is a funny name. I think it might be French. You're going to need a 9-inch pan, some parchment paper. Then you're going to put it at the bottom of the pan. Now you want to spray the sides with some cooking spray. Now, what you are going to want to do is you're going to get your coconut oil, pour it at the bottom, but make sure it is melted coconut oil so the cake can come out nice and moist. Now we are going to get our brown sugar, pinch and sprinkle the coconut oil and the sugar. It's going to make a nice caramel taste when it's done. Yep, you have to use the whole thing. Want something really sweet today? We want something really sweet today. No more vegetables. No more vegetables. Today we deserve a treat. Now you are going to want to grab the pineapple, put it in the center, and I'm going to make a flower design. And then, now I'm going to put another pineapple right there, pineapple right there, whew, okay, and then I'm going to put it right there, and it's cherry time. Okay, 1 cherry, 2 cherry, 3 cherry, 4 cherry, 5 cherry, 6 cherry, 7 cherries more. The reason why we put the pineapples and cherries on the bottom is because the bottom is the top. So when you flip it, it looks like a cake. And now we are going to make the cake batter. Put that right there. Cake batter time. Now we are going to preheat the oven to 350 degrees. Now I've set up all my cake batter ingredients. Now we are going to start with all our dry ingredients and then mix them together. First, we are going to start with our baking powder. You have to make sure all that gets in there. Hey, you're hiding from my eye, aren't you? Now, the salt. Maybe I'll take some. That's better. Now, my favorite part, the shredded coconut. It's time for our sugar. Let's mix it well so it can combine. Now we're gonna mix up our wet ingredients. Okay, first we are going to start with some coconut oil. This might look very weird, but I promise you it's gonna look better when it's cooked. Let's open this vanilla. Okay, got it. Make sure it's 1 tablespoon. This should be good. Okay. Oh no, cut. Okay, we'll put some more back in there. Okay, vanilla goes in there. It's not that big of a deal. It's just gonna be a little bit of vanilla. It's okay. It's okay. Who doesn't like some vanilla? Right. Now it's time for the pineapple juice. Oh my goodness, this is very chunky coconut milk. Last but not least, our apple cider vinegar. Now, mix well to combine. The coconut oil and the applesauce are going to make the cake nice and moist. Now it's time to mix the wet ingredients with the dry ingredients. Let's grab our handy dandy whiskety. Oh my, this is very thick. Oh my. Now it's time to put the cake batter in the cake pan. This is kind of having a sad part, but now we have to put it in the oven and it takes a whole entire hour. So I think I'm gonna have to call Mom. Mom, can you help me? So the cake is in the oven and it's gonna take an hour. So in the meanwhile, how about we work on my spicy Jamaican lemonade?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This cake goes great with my spicy Jamaican sunshine lemonade. Let me go grab the ingredients and let me show you how to make it. I need 8 lemons. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Okay. Okay, this is just getting ridiculous. So what you're going to need is lemons, fresh turmeric, fresh ginger root, some brown sugar, and molasses, and water too. So let's start peeling. I like to use a spoon to peel turmeric and ginger sometimes. It's really easy. More mess, I demand more mess. Turmeric can stain your hands, so sometimes you might want to use gloves so you don't get a stain. Now, let's start peeling some ginger. You could also use ground turmeric and ginger. I like using fresh spices because it gives a better flavor. Now I have to slice these, but it's a little hard for me. So, Mom! Here's the next piece. And you're done. Okay, thanks. Now I'm gonna add some water to the ginger and the turmeric and put it to a boil. Now let's start cutting up these lemons. You wanna be really careful to make sure you don't cut where your fingers are because we're not cutting off fingers today, okay? Okay, well we're gonna get the lemon squeezer. Thank you. I love this machine because it has little holes in it so the seeds won't go through. And Bella squeezes lemon, she don't play. So the ginger and turmeric looks so good, it smells amazing in here. But now it's time to remove it from the stove. Okay, now I'm gonna add sugar, the molasses, and the lemon juice. But I wanna do it while it's hot so then it can all dissolve and come together. So first let's start with some sugar. I don't want to splash it. How about we use a spoon? That'll make life more easy right now. Do you see how satisfying that is? Now it's time for the molasses. It's so sticky. One time I tried it. It tastes a lot like honey, so I kind of liked it. Time for the lemon juice. We're going to let it cool for a bit. Okay. Put that right on top of there. This is my most favorite lemonade ever. It looks delicious. Right there. Oh my God. Ooh. This right here could make us some money. You know what goes great with lemonade? My cake. I think it's finally ready. Let's flip it. Now you have to let it sit for 15 minutes. It's gonna be the longest 15 minutes of my life. Flip it. Oop. Oh my goodness, that's exactly what we want. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Oh, wow. It looks so good. This I will eat in one bite. Now that my cake and my lemonade are ready, I'm so excited to share this with my favorite person, my mom. Thank you. I know, it looks so good. Okay.
How it tastes.
Okay.
Super moist.
There you go.
Thank you. Cheers. Delicious.
Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I loved you guys being in my kitchen with me today. Hopefully you can make this recipe too. See you later. Bye.
Hello and welcome to our Today All Day special, Cracking the Case, America's obsession with true crime. I'm Gadi Schwartz, and we're at Othram Labs in Houston for an incredible story we're going to get to later in our show. But first, we set the scene. Why is it that our society is so obsessed with true crime? Let's take a deeper look.
We have a kidnapping. Hurry, please. Explain to me what's going on, okay? There's a note left and our daughter's gone.
From John Benet Ramsey and O.J. Simpson.
He started yelling, "He's going to kill me, he's going to kill me." I said, "Well, who is going to kill you?" She said, "OJ."
To Natalie Holloway and Gabby Petito.
Justice for Gabby is that we see justice for her homicide.
True crime has captivated audiences for years with no end in sight. An explosion of true crime content on television with shows like Dateline and Tiger King, leaving viewers transfixed and searching for more. In fact, audience demand for true crime has grown more than 73% in the documentary streaming space. But the largest platform? Podcasts, where 62 million Americans a year listen to deep dives of intricate cases.
I think there's something about these cases that feels unfinished. We want to try and understand why it happened.
For Ashley Flowers, an interest turned into a true crime empire started by her podcast, Crime Junkie.
I was always what I now call a crime junkie. Making it a career was a totally different journey, and I wanted to find a way to actually start making a difference and not just listen or read these stories.
True crime's impact close to home for Kim Goldman, who experienced the death of her brother, Ron Goldman, in the public eye.
My brother's case is still relevant today because it was the first opportunity that we had to peek inside a courtroom to understand how money and celebrity and race plays a part. And with the internet being what it is and social media being what it is, it allows the new generation, the younger generation, to peek in again, and it just drums up a tremendous amount of energy.
Goldman recently launched a new podcast, Media Circus, to hear the stories of victims.
Having been the subject of a high-profile case for so long, I was first in line to see how mistruths and rumors and conspiracies and negativity can be incredibly damaging to the healing process and to grief.
Others are turning to social media, like TikTok, to amplify cases.
I got into true crime TikTok because I wanted to see people of my skin tone being represented. I wanted to be one of the first.
Kimberly Chapman, also known as True Crime Kimberly, has amassed over 800,000 followers for her takes on captivating cases.
It's just mind-blowing how people can commit such crazy acts and get away with it. I just want to know what's going through those people's head when they're doing those things.
What started as one hot take became a TikTok phenomenon.
From that video, it really just took off, and the comments was filled with people saying, talk about this person and talk about that, and I have a missing person that I want you to talk about.
But what's behind this American obsession with true crime? We asked psychologist Shavonna Childs.
We deep dive into it so that we can get the whole picture. We want to know how this person ticks. We want to know what was behind the story. It's a look into their deeper lives. Women are particularly interested in true crime because it becomes a template of what not to do, of how to save themselves should they find themselves in similar situations. We want to know that we can survive.
And is there such a thing as too much true crime? Dr. Childs warns psychological impacts can occur.
If you find that you're losing sleep, if you find that you're isolating from your friends, if you find that you're nervous in situations that you typically wouldn't be because you've been watching true crime, it might be time to pull back.
But the public's interest in true crime doesn't look like it's slowing down, impacting lives across the world.
I think the future of true crime media is figuring out how we can do it in the most ethical way possible. And I think that is ensuring that we're working in tandem with victims, with law enforcement, making sure, most importantly, that we're not re-traumatizing victims and their families by telling these stories. If people like myself are going to operate in the true crime space, then we need to find a way to give back. And I think that is going to be a lot more mainstream coming in the future.
You might know actress Marisol Nichols from the show Riverdale, but far from the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, Nichols has assumed a role of a lifetime, a real-life undercover operative working to end human trafficking.
In her acting career spanning nearly 3 decades, Marisol Nichols has played detectives,
Freeze! Hands in the air!
principals,
Okay, I won't suspend her if you do me one favor.
and CEOs.
I have a ton of work to do.
Come with me.
Come with you where?
She's best known for her work on hit show Riverdale.
Your disrespect will no longer be tolerated. Not by me, and certainly not by your father when he comes home.
But it's her role out of the spotlight she's most proud of.
It's described as an undercover operative. What does that mean?
I'm literally undercover pretending to be someone else into a situation where we're infiltrating different scenarios.
As a licensed informant, Nichols helps crack down on human trafficking, a $150 billion industry that involves labor and sexual exploitation. 1 in 4 victims of modern slavery are children, according to the International Labor Organization. Leaning on her acting prowess, Nichols has posed as just about everything to lure perpetrators in, even a young child as seen here.
What was going through your mind in that first operation?
I'll never forget this one guy. He's like, "Hey, kiddo." And I wanted to just you want to reach through the phone and just annihilate this person. And you can't. Because I need to make this guy and these men come out of hiding who have done this so many times and are used to doing this, by the way. And I need them to show up because I've got a room full of law enforcement with semi-automatic weapons in the room next to me, and they're waiting to take these guys down and get them off the street.
The 48-year-old partners with police, district attorneys, governments, and nonprofits like Operation Underground Railroad, founded by former special agent Tim Ballard.
And when I met him, I was like, I've been looking for you. Because it's great to raise awareness, and that's wonderful, but I want to know who's getting the kids. Who is going out there and rescuing these people? Is anyone doing this? And I was like, that's the guy.
That introduction proved to be pivotal, pushing Nichols to the front lines of rescue operations that have led to the arrest of dozens of people.
Being so close to this is dark stuff.
Very.
How do you cope?
It's I'm not going to lie. I don't come home normal. Some of the things that I've done have brought me to very dark, dark, dark places on the planet. But then I go, if my kid was taken and that was my kid, I would hope to God that someone else would risk their life for her.
The risks are not lost on Nichols. She's a 13-year-old daughter at home and thinks of her often ahead of operations, which can get messy.
Was there ever a moment where you're like, oh, should I be doing this? Is this too risky?
100%. The last one I did, I wrote a letter to my kid because it was pretty dangerous. And I'm like, if I don't come back from this, I don't want her to be mad that I died saving someone else's kid, essentially. So I wrote a letter to her to explain to her why I was doing this.
Nichols says as a survivor of sexual assault in her adolescence, the mission is personal for her.
And I got raped a bunch by a bunch of guys. And it was pretty traumatizing. I woke up in the police department. I didn't know what happened. To this day, I don't remember much.
Years later, Nichols leaned on the Church of Scientology to pull her away from drugs and improve her mental health. We pressed her on recent accusations in a lawsuit of trafficking within the church. Accusations the church denied in a statement to NBC News, saying in part, the allegations are both scurrilous and ridiculous, and the lawsuit is both a sham and scam.
Has that ever given you pause?
No, not in the least. It's so absurd. And for me, I know what I've seen. I know what I've experienced in Scientology. It saved my life.
She's set to take a deep dive of the ups and downs in her life and volunteer work in a new podcast released this month.
What's your hope? What's your goal for your efforts?
My goal is to have enough good people know about this so that they demand an end to it.
Still to come, celebrity medium Tyler Henry and mom Teresa share their personal true crime story in their first sit-down interview. And later, how this forensic lab is working to make cold cases obsolete. Stay with us.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
they are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. If you've read the news, odds are you've seen coverage of true crime cases, but most of that coverage seems to spotlight missing and murdered white women. Jennifer Buckley is working to change that. Take a look.
Jennifer Buckley carefully applies red paint to her hand. The paint is symbolic. It speaks of violence, of silence, and resilience. It's art intended to have an impact, to awaken a state and a continent to the tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women.
I think collectively it just doesn't seem like our Indigenous lives are as important as some others. It doesn't matter if it's on the reservation, off the reservation. When people go missing, they're not looked for the same way.
Missoula, Montana County Attorney Kirsten Pabst.
It's an epidemic. It is a huge problem in Montana. Our missing persons, when you look at the numbers, 25 to 30% of our missing persons are Native. They only make up about 6 to 7% of our population.
There are issues of jurisdiction. Whose problem? Tribal or municipal and state, local, or even federal law enforcement.
What do you think the roots of it are?
I think you have to go back hundreds of years to colonization and cultural degradation of our Native American cultures. And you combine that with this surge of methamphetamine and domestic violence that we're seeing today. We're to the point now where we have to do something different.
For an epidemic mostly unnoticed and rarely publicized, that something different fell to Jen Buckley, who is an enrolled member of the Chippewa Cree tribes out of Rocky Boy, Montana.
I just came up with maybe I'll just see if anybody wants to get their picture taken with the red handprint on their face to raise awareness. So that's how it started.
One of the first places the photos landed was in the office of the county prosecutor.
It's so powerful because, not only because of the intense and beautiful images, but you almost also capture the isolation visually as well that so many of the murdered and missing women face.
When you decided to put these up in your office, I mean, it just speaks volumes to you guys. You know what I mean? You putting these up is such a platform, and it just was really humbling.
Jen, though, began to dream bigger, much bigger.
I just started to think, like, what is a large-scale thing that people see that they have to see? And I just I don't know, there's billboards.
Lamar Billboards donates the space, but Jen and her project are on a shoestring budget.
I can raise the $200, it's up for a month, and then it comes down because I gotta wait till I have the next $200 to put it back up.
Funded by the sales of her photos, the occasional donation, Jen has bigger dreams.
My hope is definitely that I can get them up permanently, not only in Montana, but through the United States and into Canada.
It's needed because too often the attention goes elsewhere.
Just look at that white female that went missing from New York that was found dead in Wyoming and how much national exposure she got. Was it Gabby? And how many Native American females went missing in that same time period and there was nothing. So.
Not a blip.
Veteran Missoula Police Detective Guy Baker.
Those billboards are a great way to bring awareness to this very important issue. And how many thousands of people driving by them every day see it. So Jen has done a good job of kind of making it a personal issue that people can relate to.
Important to Detective Baker because maybe a billboard will help him solve a case he's worked on for years. The missing Jermaine Charlo. Jermaine is the niece, sister of Valinda Morjo, who volunteered to be photographed by Jennifer Buckley.
The work Jennifer is doing is important. I'm hoping that her work reaches outside of Montana, that we can get billboards in New York, all the way down to Texas and up into Canada. This is crisis and it needs to stop.
How is it for you to know your sister has been gone these years now?
It's been extremely hard. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through.
Maybe this could make a difference.
It will. It will. I know it will.
Coming up, celebrity medium Tyler Henry and his mom, Teresa, reveal their very own, very personal true crime mystery. She shares her story of kidnapped, being raised by serial killers, and much more after the break.
Need your true crime fix on the go? Dateline episodes are available as podcasts. Mysteries with a twist from the True Crime Original. Wow. Listen to Dateline wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back. Reality television star Tyler Henry is known for his spot-on psychic readings, helping celebrities, and even working with law enforcement to solve cold cases. But now he's speaking out about a cold case that is very close to his heart. Take a look.
How many R names can you think of in the family?
2.
Okay. Because they are referencing the 2 R's. It keeps coming up.
As Tyler Henry was finding fame as the star of E's Hollywood Medium, helping celebrities communicate with their loved ones from beyond the grave, even helping detectives and investigators solve cold cases. His own mother, Teresa Colwyn, was coping with a dark secret of her own.
3 years ago, my mom discovered that she was taken as a baby.
Before then, Teresa believed her mother was Stella Guidry Nessel, a career criminal who murdered and tortured 2 people in this Central Valley motel.
I still just can't come to terms with that part. I mean, it's one thing to murder someone, but to torture them.
I think one of the important things we learned in this is really just the intergenerational effect of trauma.
Stella's crimes devastating the lives of not only her victim's family, but Teresa's own family too. This traumatic history revisited in Tyler's Netflix series Life After Death.
So your middle name was Weva, but this has you down as Java.
So I know my birth certificate has been doctored.
Teresa learning Stella was not her birth mother. Her birth mother, now deceased, had been tricked by Stella, the exact circumstances still unknown.
And she raised me and used me in a way that she needed to benefit herself.
The series capturing Teresa's emotional reunion with her biological family.
My feelings when I met with my biological family were actually bittersweet as well, because while I loved them and adored them immediately, they're just wonderful, wonderful people, I also felt a loss because I felt like, well, what if I had been able to be raised with them?
Ironically, Tyler says his psychic abilities weren't able to reveal much about those closest to him.
Really, for me, my process has to not be impeded by logic or by information. And so because it's me, because I have my own feelings and thoughts and expectations, that bias basically prevented me from being able to kind of connect intuitively.
It was surreal, he says, to be on the other side of the reading for the first time.
I felt like the tables kind of turned in the sense that I found myself in a very vulnerable position in a pursuit for answers. So I felt myself really feeling a sense of desperation. And I think it taught me and gave me an insight into closure. It's not really something you achieve as much as it's something that you have to kind of grow through and find acceptance around.
For Teresa, the revelations brought an emotional release.
Because I know I'm not related to her and I'm not like her. I know I'm a good person.
But also raised new questions about the nature of family.
And it made me happy that Tyler doesn't have a grandmother who's a murderer. And the bittersweet part of that is that while it means that she's not my biological mother, it also means that my siblings that I love so much are not my biological siblings, but it doesn't matter because we're always going to be close.
We learn in this journey the importance of asking questions. If there's blind spot, follow
up. There's a reason.
There are entire generations of silence, and it's important to break that silence, and that the truth really can set you free.
And coming up, we take you behind the scenes of some of the technology solving hundreds of cold cases. Stay with us.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen to the full season now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong. Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. What was
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back and welcome to Othram Labs. Since 2018, the technology in this lab has helped solve hundreds of cases. They've never let cameras in until now, and we've got the exclusive first look on how they solve the otherwise unsolvable.
This is no longer something you see on TV that solves some cases here or there.
So all of these cases that we're looking at here, these are the unsolvable cases before you guys came along.
Absolutely.
Just outside of Houston, Othram Labs is solving the unsolvable.
So when it comes to your laboratory, when it comes to your tech and legacy tech, what's the main difference?
So we're taking this really challenging evidence that's historically been unusable for testing, and then we're enabling testing, and then we're doing that with hundreds of thousands of markers instead of, say, tens of markers of what you do in a traditional forensic test.
The Othram team combines medical and genomic expertise to revolutionize how forensic DNA is processed.
If you go to like one of those consumer DNA companies to learn about your ancestry, you spit in a tube, and you'll generate about 1,000 nanograms of DNA. At Othram, like we work off 0.1 nanograms.
Put it in perspective. How small is it? How small are we talking?
So the equivalent would be of 15 human cells. If I touch David's shoulder right now, I've left hundreds of cells right here. We were able to identify a perpetrator from a 32-year-old sex assault murder of a 14-year-old girl in Las Vegas with 0.12 nanograms of DNA left.
The lab's run by husband and wife duo David and Kristen Middleman. He handles the science, she does the business.
So I met David working on DNA together at Baylor College of Medicine 20 years ago. So we both have a science background and DNA background.
Oh, so you guys met in a lab?
We did. I made blind mice and he cured them. So
he cured the blind mice?
He did, and so I thought if he could do that, he'd probably fix any problem I create. So I married him.
The problem they're tackling now, America's backlog of cold cases. Experts estimate there are more than 250,000 unsolved murders in the country.
We're often the last hope. Every time they give you that last bit of DNA or that last bit of evidence, that is someone's last chance of being identified. That is a family member's last chance of finding out what happened to their loved one and someone's last chance to get justice for what happened to the person that they lost. In 2018, we had noticed that several cases had been solved, the Golden State Killer, for example, using this type of technology, but
it was from a bunch of different pieces, right?
Correct. And you notice that not all cases were being solved. And it really isn't justice unless you can provide it and apply it to every case. And that's when David said, well, there's no process to do so. And so he said, I'm going to build it. I'm going to build a forensic lab of the future.
Here we're building kind of a molecular library of that DNA. So we're getting many copies of it, breaking it up into itty-bitty pieces. And each little piece is like a book in the library that describes some component of the information about that case. And what this is it's the most powerful sequencer on Earth.
How often are you breaking cases like this? How often are you calling law enforcement and saying, hey, I think we've got a hit?
Every day.
Every single one of the samples in here, these all represent people that have not been identified.
Yeah, they either represent victims or suspects to crimes. And so there are countless numbers of folks in here that have never been identified through traditional methods. In almost every case that we've run, we've returned information that's been useful to the investigation.
So we've seen it all. We worked on a body that was found in a sewage tank for decades. We've worked on remains from 1881. We have worked on burnt remains, charred remains, and these are things that weren't possible a few years ago.
Making the impossible possible, helping families and law enforcement find answers like in the 1974 abduction and murder of 17-year-old Carla Walker.
Took my whole family. We were still a close family, but it was, and I'm sure you hear this quite often, it was never the same.
Othram was able to process a tiny DNA sample from Carla's bra strap.
I had to look up what a nanogram was. It was so small.
Those results, along with some good detective work, led investigators to arrest Glenn Mccurley in 2020.
I got a call around near 6 o'clock p.m. and one of the investigating detectives said, well, we got him. And he told me Glenn Samuel Mccurley. And I'd never heard that name.
Glenn Mccurley was sentenced to life in prison for Carla's murder last year. Othram tracks some of its successes on DNAsolves.com, where anyone can donate money to fund their work.
We've raised over $400,000 from crowd funds, from philanthropists, from people across the country that are just willing to help solve these investigations, help clear some of these backlogs, and help become sort of the model for how this would work if there was federal funding.
But now, for the first time ever, in a recent appropriations bill, Congress says it'll fund this type of forensic technology.
With the work that you've done, what do you think forensics is going to look like in 10 years?
So I think we'll live in a world where there are no backlogs. People don't have to wait decades to find out what happened to their loved one, and perpetrators are caught the first time they commit a crime.
So you think that this could prevent crime in the future?
I think it'd become a deterrent for crime. I would definitely think twice. I think if you've left DNA at a crime scene, it's a matter of time before someone like us or us processes that crime scene.
Thank you for joining us this half hour for Cracking the Case, America's obsession with true crime. I'm Gotti Schwartz, and see you next time on Today All Day.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
This is the moment.
Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This is your moment, your moment.
Well, how are you doing? I know every day is different. How do you feel today?
Yes, it is the strange thing about MS. It really is so variable and changes. I'm feeling really great now. I mean, I'm here with you. We're in front of a fire. I have my dog. I'm going to see my horse. I wrote a book.
The book is phenomenal. I'll just say it. You are a writer, Selma Blair.
Thank you. It means so much.
It's hard enough to write a book. It's harder still to do it when you don't have all your faculties about you every day.
It was the kindness of strangers who are no longer strangers, Brittany Bloom and my book agent at the book group and Julie, the space they held for me and helping me type. I would send on a yellow legal pad and take a picture. Be like, can you type this? And now, of course, now that the book's finished, I can read them right just fine. Suspicious. I know.
Funny how that works.
But we got through it.
And how do you feel knowing it's about to be out in the universe?
I'm thrilled because when I did come out with the MS diagnosis, it really felt freeing. But mostly to see that it helped other people just have a touchstone made me feel really good. It made me feel more useful. I'd always get on myself, oh, you're lazy, you want to sleep. But then when I realized just at least by the act of being as honest as I could, it did something for other people, and that in turn empowered me. And it's just a whole thing of we're all in this together.
Well, it's called Mean Baby. You got to explain the title.
When I was just born, people came over to visit the new Beitner baby. That was my last name. And they ran out of that house. These teenagers, don't go over there. The Beitners have a mean baby. And it stuck. The things you're called, how they become part of your story, whether you mean to or not sometimes.
You write in the book about some very painful episodes, including you wrote about a teacher, an educator who violated you. And you say, he didn't rape me, but he broke me.
He broke me. I loved him. Loved him. Father figure. Having a personal betrayal of someone that loves you, be so inconsiderate of your life path, really hurt. It hurt me, and I miss him still as a friend, the person that I had met and cared for as a mentor. But
it feels to me you were quite courageous.
I discovered wonderful things writing the book, like how much I had witnessed of friends and what I'd witnessed and what a gift that was here, and even, how much I loved sharing things with people. But it wasn't until writing this book, and there is this mention of a rape, it was something I didn't even think of, because I think there were so many trespasses on my life, or things were cloudy with my shame, such a deep shame of my drinking in the past, that I was talking one day to Brittany, and I immediately told this after this spring break trip, and I said, but I won't, I'm not gonna write that in the book. And she said, well, maybe you want to. And then I thought, oh, of course I have to. So many people have had some similar experiences that you just tuck away, because you think people are going to say, what did you do? And why didn't you report? And why didn't you do? I was a kid. I was young. And even now, it's hard to report stuff. It's hard. It's really hard. And so I put it in the book, and I even cringed as I was doing the audiobook, because I thought, how many more stories do I have like this that I didn't even acknowledge because there's so many. And I felt so sad for my body. I felt so sad.
It kind of took the book and this process to even make you realize that you were a victim.
People can take advantage, and then you're just too ashamed to say anything, and then you just bury it, and you bury it. You really do. And things do come back later when you're in a safer spot, but you still feel unsafe to say it. But I realize I am safe, and yeah, I am glad it's in the book. It's a big deal to have these things happen and to hold that shame in your cells like it's you. Like it's all you are, is someone that's not worth helping on the side of the road, that you're worth someone to say, she's nothing. I'll never see her again. She's probably passed out the whole night. You know,
Well, the body remembers.
The body remembers. And I want it to remember some love. I want it to remember this day. I want to remember this pink sweater and this dog and my son. I want to remember. I want to remember all the things that feel good. I want other people to too. Don't be so indignant because we can't all have our ways. Let's move forward and help each other. Sometimes when horrible things happen, the shame cycle is so big. And I wanted to say, there is no real room for guilt in moving forward. There isn't. There's not much I feel ashamed of anymore, because it just happened. And I did it, or someone did it to me, and I'm okay now. But things will keep happening, and I'll keep having to figure out how to rise above.
And in some ways, it's that frame of mind that helped you finally get rid of alcohol and kick alcohol out of your life. How did you finally conquer it? What made the difference for you?
It was only self-medicating, and it wasn't working anymore. And when there was public humiliation and I owned it, there's no going back. I mean, now that I was a mother, it just changed everything.
I think that's incredibly inspiring. When you've made mistakes, you own them, and you turn the page, and you smile and go forward.
You do what you can to make it right for those affected and yourself. And it's important that you acknowledge, really acknowledge, and nothing's gonna help by still beating yourself up.
You write in the book, I desperately love a story. We all have one. I carry mine inside me. You carry yours inside you. I can hear mine now in my own voice, strong and clear. What's your story?
My story is that people would say to me, and I would roll my eyes when they'd say, don't give up before the miracle, don't commit suicide, because I really was. I could not picture living long. But I think that my story really is that I am figuring it out now, and I am kind to myself, and I really do have the capability to love.
You're not the mean baby.
I'm not the mean baby. I mean, we all can be a mean baby sometimes.
Well, she needs to come out sometimes.
I mean, for sure.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's talk about your mom. It struck me that she was extraordinarily complex, glamorous, and beautiful, and dynamic, and also emotionally elusive to you at times, and sometimes cruel.
I mean, I still adore my mother. She's the most important. My sisters, we cherish her, adore her. She's on a pedestal. But no, she was not a cuddly woman. She was a role model. She was a judge. She was a million things. But her idea of me was not going to be met with what I was, I guess. I find it is so universal that we adore our parent so much, but it's complicated.
I felt how torn you could be about your mom, who you clearly adored, and she adored you. And yet there were stories that you reveal in the book that are kind of jaw-dropping.
It's hard because when you grow up with someone like that, you don't realize, because I'm a little like her too. You know, so you don't realize how like outlandish some things can seem when someone's kind of eccentric.
Yeah.
But my son said it to me. I told him, you know, my mother, she was so critical by nature, and he's like you. And I'm like, oh, I am, but I think you're perfect. He's like, all you do is nag at me. Oh, wow. Like that's my kind of love language, thinking I could pick apart someone to make them better or something.
I was really struck by when you were a little girl, one of the first things you learned is your mom saying, I wasn't sure when I was pregnant with my last baby that I really wanted to have a baby.
But you know, in her defense to say, I didn't want you, it wasn't meant to be hateful. She meant it to say, oh, that would have been such a mistake to get rid of you. Thank God I have baby Blair.
What was it like to grow up in that house?
I felt like dying growing up. I mean, I did, and that's why I feel like I'm such a miracle right now, that I actually want to live. I want to be here. I want to enjoy this. I was so confused and lost and terrified. I was a terrified baby.
And your mom would introduce you as, and this is Blair
this is
or Selma.
Blair, Selma, you both. I went by both. This is Selma. This is the manic depressive. I have never been diagnosed with mania or depression tons.
That's
Mania,
a label to put on a little kid.
But, you know, it's dramatic. I think she meant it as a badge of honor. Like, I don't suffer fools. Like, we got real problems here. My kid's very grounded. She's very deep and disturbed. You know, I think she felt it out of gravity.
Why were you so scared as a little girl?
Who wouldn't be? Look at where we are. It's so weird. And then you know you're gonna die one day, and your mother's gonna die, and your sisters. I mean, it's terrifying to be a child and so readily be able to explore the scarier things in life. It was a preoccupation. And I'm sure that drinking probably really cemented that feeling in me.
You had your first drink when you were a little girl, 7 years old.
Yeah, my first drunk when I was 7. I had my first drinks, you know, much younger.
Can you tell me about that?
I thought it was God. It was at Passover Seder's that I had my first drinks, and I always thought that was God. And then when I realized it wasn't, I was like, how convenient. It's in a bottle. I mean, it's even as a little kid, you're like, that's a comfort.
So you started at 7, you drank through elementary school, middle school, high school, college. How did you do it? I mean, how did you function?
I don't know how I did it. It all makes sense why I was so exhausted. But it was hard. I don't know, but maybe it was easier. Maybe I would have never survived without a drink.
How did it relieve your pain and your fears?
Transitions have always been hard for me, and the MS made that very evident. So the drinking it made me feel warm and comfortable and part of people in this earth.
You had a lot of physical ailments since you were a little girl. I mean, you tell the story about telling your mom your leg hurt.
She's like, cut it out, Selma. I mean, I was made fun of my whole life for that leg. And I'm like, this
and it was
this leg?
It
this
was
leg
that
I
leg.
can't feel. Yeah, it was.
And you had a fever for 3 years.
I did. It was a big deal. I mean, doctors thought I had leukemia. We didn't know I didn't. But I had a constant high fever. I had so many things that were so indicative of MS growing and optical neuritis young and losing my vision for good.
Do you feel, when you look at those physical ailments as a child, do you think, have you ever been told that probably was the beginning of MS, or that's somehow connected?
Absolutely, the ailments as a kid connected. I don't know if I really did have juvenile MS at like 6 when we noticed my eye was first going, or movements, but I do know for sure I had it by the age of 23, and it was definitely there for so long. And the pain is still there. I'm in remission. I built no new lesions, but I still have the, some brain damage and things that are there, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I'm grateful because I'm doing so much better.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's talk about your MS diagnosis. How do you feel about the fact that it took so long to get a proper diagnosis?
It never occurred to me. Never occurred to me to have a neurological illness.
That was the onset of MS, which is just a symptom of a really unhealthy immune system.
I thought I had a million things that weren't what they were, and I would have been a lot kinder to myself if I didn't feel the need to self-medicate or check out or get through. I mean, I wasn't always checking out. I was really trying to be as capable as I could be, and I had no idea, and I was really cruel to myself. I treated myself like garbage.
And the medical community sometimes was saying, maybe it's in your mind.
It's like, oh, you're fine, you're dramatic, you're talkative, But I would say, I am so tired, I can't move, and this has been going on for 20 years. Even that doctor that diagnosed me, he was saying this might be functional, emotional, what traumas happened. And I fell asleep in his office, and he said to my boyfriend at the time, what's she doing? And he's like, oh, she falls asleep everywhere. And he's like, oh, wait, stand up. Put your arms out, shut your eyes. Plank, fell over, like had no idea of proprioception. I didn't know I had proprioception issues. I didn't know that my vision was a hallway. Because if you've had it your whole life, you just think that's how everyone is. It was mind-blowing to realize there was a diagnosis for this and that other people have it and don't know. And I don't mean to be tough on the doctors, but you really gotta do better for the women. You have to do better for all of us in diagnosing these things.
You didn't have to come out publicly. You didn't have to share your journey. Why did you make that choice?
I hadn't worked for years because I had been so sick, and it was kind of flaring worse because I was going back to work. I was getting on planes, the planes make it worse. I was falling apart in airports. I couldn't get out of the fetal position or else my body would spasm. And I was getting vertigo all the time. And the doctor even said, with the best intentions, don't tell people. Like, just don't. We're gonna get this under control. But because I had such a bad reaction to the first treatment, it made it so much worse. I was really having a lot of movement and speech difficulties that were exacerbated by the prednisone. It just kept getting worse as the diagnosis went on. So the stem cell really helped. But coming out and talking about it, the story would be told anyhow. So I wanted to gain control of that. And I didn't realize how empowering it would be and how empowered I would be to then tell the truth forevermore after that.
What did you think when you started seeing the reaction?
I was so touched, and I felt so thrilled. Oh, this is what it is to just be a human and show up. And to think that there's even a moment that I could have comforted someone or given them an option or think about maybe if stem cells right for them. I'm really, really happy to be able to walk into this space of empowerment and realizing I am a calm and stable grown-up. I'm okay, even though I've not always been.
You had a big night at the Vanity Fair party. That was your first night coming out since your diagnosis. What did it take to do it, and what did it mean to you to be there?
I had no idea how much it would mean to show up trying to look my best in a really aggressive flare, and that was a real coming out party for me because I know it meant something to other people and certainly to people with more radical disabilities to see an in, you know? Oh right, this world is ours too. We might not see the ramp there on the stage, but there's people coming to use it, and I'm gonna be one of them.
I remember our moment meeting.
And I loved you so much, and you were such a sister to me. And we were in the bathroom, and I felt really nervous, and you really took my hand. I had the cane, I had the dress, but everyone scurried away, as they should, and you stayed. I was overwhelmed that night, and it was hard. I was afraid that I would vomit. That used to happen out of nowhere. I was afraid I'd trip and ruin the dress. Just really very real things of, oh my God, I'm not in the same body. And I just cried because of gratitude, but also, I don't know if I can get through this night.
Yeah, it was courageous. You wrote that you never practiced the Oscar speech in front of a mirror, that you never really had those leading lady aspirations.
No.
Why not?
I never felt I was the one leading the pack here. I was very comfortable to witness the greats and be a part of it. But I dare say, I'd probably chase that leading lady role a little harder now. But I didn't have it in me before. I didn't want to.
Well, maybe
I didn't even want to, but maybe I will one day. Maybe it will be there for me. I mean, I'm improving in all the ways. But consistency is really key on a set, and the energy, and certain triggers will make my body do different things. And I'm not embarrassed of it, but I don't want to take people's time. But yet I would like to. I saw Christine Applegate, you know, she did the last season of Dead to Me, and she was really dealing with a lot of major health challenges, and watching her do it, that was an inspiration. So it's like, okay, if I were ever be able to go back to work, I'd want it to be incredible.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
That brings us to the documentary, because the documentary really tells the story. When I watched the documentary, the word that I thought of was fearless. you were fearless.
I'm so sorry, I can't talk right now. We're shooting the final days of my life.
You showed it all.
Yeah.
Why did you want to do that?
Because what I was going through with MS looked nothing like, I just couldn't find it. Jen Brea, she did a documentary I saw called Unrest. She had like an inflammatory, like there's an encephalitis issue, and it's very similar to what I was going through. And I thought, I can't believe a woman is showing this and not afraid someone's gonna put her in a straitjacket.
And if you say too much, they think you're a mental patient.
The doctor would tell me, you're just dehydrated. Everyone gets stressed.
I was always so afraid of losing credibility. And so she gave me permission. That documentary of opening her life made me feel like I had permission to also have that impact for someone. I've had MS many years. I had a very late diagnosis. I've had it at least 25 years, at least. So I had enough, there was any embarrassment I could get over. But if there's someone else that it would move the needle for them to have some agency in their life and to trust themselves, no matter how odd or dramatic or nothing their symptoms might be from day to day. Because this is the stuff I was afraid of.
Let's talk about Arthur, that sweet boy. In a way, the documentary was for him. Why did you want him to see this someday? Has he seen it?
He has seen it, finally. He went to the premiere. He is. He's like, it wasn't that boring. Thanks. He liked it. When I was going to do stem cell, I thought, because I felt so physically and emotionally so awful and drained, that I did think there's a chance I won't make it. And so I did want that to be to him, knowing that if I did go, because my body had given out, that I wanted him to know that I really wanted to be here with him. I really wanted to take the steps that it took to be here. Because I was really one of those people that was like, no way, even if I have cancer, I'll never do chemo. That's just the worst thing for your body. I had a real feeling about that. And then when I felt the chemo and I felt better, it's like, okay, just let go of what you're thinking and just try and feel better for your son. But yeah, you can die. I thought if anyone would die, it would be me in that moment, because I was just so tired. Oh. So I did it for him, really, to just say, I did want to communicate with you. You're too young to really care now, and I don't tell you, but I want you to know you're the first thing on my mind and the last thing on my mind.
You fought to still be here.
Yeah.
With everything you've got.
I really did, and I know we all will come to times where we're gonna have to fight harder than we think, and I was supported. I was lucky.
What do you hope he sees when he sees you moving through the world?
I hope he sees that when you have something that could potentially be a real setback, in time, it might not happen right away, but in time, set yourself up to recover, you know? And I don't want him to feel ashamed or too scared that he can't move forward. I am so grateful that I'm moving forward, because I did not want to my whole life. I wanted to figure out how to die with the least pain possible. And I don't now.
What kind of mom do you think you are?
Embarrassing. I talk too much to strangers. But I think I am fun. He loves that I'm willing. If he wakes me up in the middle of the night and he can't sleep, it's like, okay, let's go find an adventure. Like for an hour, and then we'll go back to bed. There's things that I see that I was scared of that he doesn't have at all. I give him. He does not want the effusive love that I craved from my mother. So he'll have his own memoir about how I, tried to kiss him too much. But I give him tons of space. I can really see him as his own person, but I love that I'm the person he comes to, that he trusts the most.
You went and saw a psychic or a fortune teller, and this person told you you're going to be an advocate.
It was Tyler Henry. And I was like, is there anything in my future? And he's like, I don't really see you acting. And I was like, cut the tapes, guys. I want people to think, but I had been really sick for a long time, and he did say, I see you being an advocate. I never saw in a million years that I would be an advocate of let's calm, regroup, and figure out how to move forward. and I'm here.
Your inspiration comes from overcoming, whether it's MS or addiction or abuse or hardship or it's overcoming.
It's such a relief to give myself permission to say it's okay. No matter what, the guilt doesn't move through. I have to realize that.
It's okay to be
So it's
light.
not that I'm being cocky of saying like, oh, forgive myself for these things, but truthfully, you're not going to help anyone else until you've forgiven yourself. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? We've got a jam-packed Popstar Plus for you. On the show today is the woman behind the voice of Bart Simpson. Of course, Nancy Cartwright shared some memories from over 30 years of The Simpsons. And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch. It might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, you know, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts.
Eat my shorts.
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I think Bart Simpson has probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about like what's my favorite. I don't really, it's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know, that's a really good one. Because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. You know, if you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter.
If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports. Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, when Bart gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I mean, I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show. And nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But instead, we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, it's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am, nobody, because I don't look like him, my skin's not yellow, 9 spikes, I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh,
hi, Katie, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
And it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice quote unquote normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, you know, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And you know, our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, you know, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, you know, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, you know, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, you know, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special if people gave it a chance. I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. You know, in examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, you know, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. You know, it was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, you know, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Hey, Miss Lester, who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. Hey, Miss Lester, who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge, huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, you know, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, you know, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, you know, it was just the two of us. for a couple of months. And so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now. And she's 3 years old. And I travel with her, and she's my service animal. So I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, you know, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place, and so sweet that I said, you know, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seemed suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, you know, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, you know, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, I mean, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then They found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And I mean, the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool. It isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind-numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, you know what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough, was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. Like my outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off. And I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watch when I did a good cry, oh God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes. or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here, and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
Oh my gosh. I wasn't even ready, but you know what? I'm always ready.
Always.
It's today all day, so you gotta be ready.
You gotta be on it.
All day. You have to be ready all night, too. Here's our streaming show today in 30.
You know how it goes. We bring you the latest from all the hours. We put it in a mere 30 minutes. Coming up first, after a weekend of record-setting temps, so many people are looking for relief from the heat, and it looks like we might just get that. Things cooling down. Everything you need to know straight ahead.
And while we're waiting for those cooler temps, our resident culinary producer, Katie Stilo, is here with some refreshing summer treats. Everybody's gonna love them, plus they're really easy to make.
And all that. And on the fourth hour, we caught up with the author behind Jenna's latest book, everybody's talking about it. The book is called The Measure. It's so good it even caught the attention of the Obamas. You don't want to miss any of this show. So should we get started?
Let's go. I'm ready.
It's time for
Today in 30. Let's start with NBC's Jesse Kirsch, who is sweating it out in Philly this morning. Hi, Jesse.
Hey, good morning, guys. We're trying to find shade every chance we get here because the city's heat health emergency has been extended until this evening. There is a cool down coming in the east, but out west, more excessive, dangerous heat with that wildfire now on the move.
This morning, a brutal heat wave still has millions of Americans searching for relief.
Trying to chill in the heat. It's kind of hard.
Over the weekend, sweltering temperatures reaching record highs across the Northeast. Newark, New Jersey breaking triple digits for 5 days in a row. This weeks-long heat wave disruptive and deadly, claiming at least 5 lives so far, including a 22-year-old hiker in South Dakota who officials say died from suspected dehydration and exposure. In Boston, the mayor extending the nearly week-long heat emergency through today. The city's annual triathlon postponed. Out west, hot and dry conditions are feeding the flames of California's fast-moving Oak Fire, forcing thousands to evacuate.
The fire has gained exceptional acreage.
Overnight, firefighters battling the rapidly growing blaze outside Yosemite National Park just weeks after a previous fire threatened the park's historic sequoia trees. Authorities saying the blaze was 0% contained overnight and heading towards the state's Sierra Nevada mountains. Sunday on Meet the Press, former Vice President Al Gore calling extreme heat a global emergency, but one that can be controlled if action is taken now.
If we got to true net zero, the temperatures on Earth would stop going up with a lag time of as little as 3 to 5 years.
As they cope with the rising temps, Americans still trying to enjoy summer, even heading to the ballpark in blazing Philly.
It's tough enough sitting up there to watch, but imagine stepping up to the plate to take a swing when the batter's box is clocking in at about 100 degrees.
Is this sweat or from the sprinkler?
From the sprinkler.
Is it a little sweat too?
Across the country, millions looking for ways to cool off and hoping for relief ahead.
Thankfully, some still finding a way to have some fun, but no question this heat wave has been dangerous and is causing headaches, including Amtrak slowdowns. Now the Pacific Northwest gets a taste with excessive heat alerts already in place out there going to Friday. Savannah?
All right, Jesse Kirsch leading us off. Jesse, thank you.
All right, let's check out the forecast. We hear there's a rumor there could be some relief in sight. WNBC's Janice Huff. We're happy to see her this morning. Hey,
Good morning, ladies. It's not just a rumor.
Okay.
Some areas are getting some relief today across parts of the northern plains. But in the meantime, 49 million people will be impacted by more heat. The southern plains and the Pacific Northwest is going to get a heat wave. In the Northeast, of course, right around here, we're still going to see 90-degree temperatures temperatures today. But there's a cold front coming, and that's bringing relief to Cincinnati today with the mid-80s, St. Louis around 81. But it's still really hot south of the front from Raleigh to Atlanta. And yes, D.C. with a heat index of 105 today, so it's still pretty hot. But there's going to be 80s in New York City tomorrow. We're thankful for that here. 70s up in Portland and 80s from Pittsburgh to St. Louis. Still hot, though, down towards Charlotte. The heat index tomorrow at 101 degrees and Nashville at 102. These are the late week high temperatures across the region from Wednesday to Friday. So Chicago is better in the 70s by Friday. Columbus, Ohio, around 80. Better in D.C. and New York City, 80s instead of 90s. Still in the 90s down around Raleigh and Nashville also, but that's kind of typical summer weather there. But it is still hot across some of the southern states. It looks like there's a cold front that's coming that will bring that relief. However, along with that will come the chance for severe thunderstorms. We had a few yesterday in parts of the Northeast, already getting storms around Albany and Oneonta, down towards State College and back towards Pittsburgh. That's moving towards New York City and D.C. And parts of the Northeast for later today. But on the back side of that is when it gets a whole lot better. Savannah?
What? Leave it to Janice. I have to bring a little good news.
We're happy to.
Yeah, thank you, Janice. With millions flocking to the nation's beaches to escape the heat, you know what's coming next. New concerns over the sharks that are sharing those waters.
Yeah, the weekend was filled with sightings on both coasts, and a popular spot here in New York had to actually be closed to swimming.
NBC's Kathy Park is right there. She's at Rockaway Beach in Queens. Hey, Kath, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. That's right. Well, the good news here is that the beach is back open for swimming, but it does come with the warning. They're encouraging people only get out in the waters between the hours of 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. and when a lifeguard is present. That's because of recent shark sightings in the area. Now, experts say, look, sharks just aren't that into us, but they are nearing the shore because it appears conservation efforts are working.
Terrifying images of sharks this morning after nearly 24 sightings off Cape Cod, some just 30 yards from shore. In Alabama and South Carolina, apparent sharks seen swimming just feet from the beach. And in California, surfers getting uncomfortably close to what appears to be a large shark.
It's massive. Oh my God.
This following a rash of shark attacks off New York's Long Island. At least 6 people bitten in the last 3 weeks alone.
We were joking about sharks, actually, and then it got me.
16-year-old Max Haynes was surfing off Fire Island with a friend when he was attacked. Jaws clamping down on his foot, leaving a nasty gash.
I felt on my foot like a bear trap just get me from below, and it like hard. It felt like it broke my foot.
Experts say the Long Island shark attacks may be explained by a nursery of sand tiger sharks just off the coast and a large school of bait fish they feed on.
The sharks mistake the people for the food that they're after.
New York's governor now ramping up the use of drones for shark surveillance.
If we have a sighting or a potential sighting, we're able to pop that drone up in just a matter of minutes and then make a decision on whether or not we feel it's safe enough to open up the water.
While sightings can be scary, experts say in most encounters, sharks often ignore us.
We have footage of juvenile white sharks up to 8 or 9 feet long swimming right underneath surfers who never knew they were there.
But many communities not taking any chances, launching extra measures to make sure it's safe to go in the water. And it's not just sharks shaking things up off the coast this summer. In Plymouth, Massachusetts this weekend, a humpback whale caught on camera, breaching the water and landing on a boat. Authorities reporting there were thankfully no injuries.
Oh, wow, that video. So, Kath, you mentioned that sometimes sharks mistake swimmers for prey. So how do we avoid that?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Hoda. If you do plan on going out into the water, try not to splash around too much because that could actually attract a shark thinking you are wounded prey. And also, if you're wearing a lot of jewelry, do not go into the water with all that jewelry because the light might reflect off of that bling and be mistaken for fish scales. And the last tip that I can pass along, and this is probably an obvious one, try not to go into the water with an opened wound. Probably not a good idea. Now, experts experts say that typically sharks are not attracted to human blood. And once again, we do want to underscore that shark attacks are extremely rare, and humans, we're just not on their menu. Hoda?
Okay. All right, Kath. I'm going to remember all those things. Float. Don't flounder around. No jewelry.
Don't flounder. And don't be chum. And don't make yourself shark chum by going in with a gaping wound.
Got it. All right. Thank you, Kath.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Back with Today Food this morning. We're helping you beat the heat. We got cool summer treats your entire family will love. And here to show us her favorite easy-to-make recipes is our very own Today Show culinary producer, Katie Stilo. Katie! By the way, can I just say you're killing it?
Yes.
You used to be behind the scenes. High time you're here.
I know.
Okay.
It's a weird transition, but I'm happy to be doing it.
All right, let's do it. Rice Krispie treats that are frozen.
Yes, because who doesn't love a Rice Krispie treat? Okay. When I developed this recipe, I wanted it to be the ultimate, most over the top, because if you know me, I don't do anything halfway.
She
I go full force.
Yeah.
Chanel can attest to this personally.
My favorite thing.
I make them all the time, and I'm always sneaking her one on the side. So in here, I have a little bit of melted butter. I cut the butter in half for what you typically would do for a Rice Krispie recipe. So, and then I add 1 bag of marshmallows. Melt it together.
Do you like the little ones?
So add in the fluff first. This is my secret to making them.
Wait, look, fluffer.
Yeah.
What is this?
So this is just 1 container of fluff. This is my secret to making them the most. Any store.
In a jar, right?
Yeah. In a jar.
Oh my God.
This is what makes it like the ultimate gooey, thick treat. Add a little bit of vanilla extract.
Vanilla.
Yep.
What
a little
am I
bit
adding?
of salt. Add the Krispies.
Look at this big old bowl.
I know.
This is amazing.
So if you're doing
mush it up.
if you're doing the Start Today challenge, I'm not a nutritionist, but I think this counts as a workout because
this is low carb.
You got to get in there. Yeah,
okay.
definitely.
So you get it all mixed, and it looks like, you dump those in too?
Dump these in. Like I said, there's 3 kinds of marshmallows in here.
Okay.
And then you come here.
Yeah.
We have our fluff mixture.
Look at this.
Press
Look
it
at
into.
it.
I know.
Look at it.
Now, right
It's a
up
lot.
until this point, is this more or less your average Rice Krispie recipe?
Pretty much. It's average
but
ingredients.
now you're going to freeze it?
Yeah. So from here, what I decided to do, because it's summer, it's hot out, we want a nice little treat. Why not take your Rice Krispie treats up a notch? I put a little popsicle stick in them.
Brilliant.
Would you like to
Yes,
dip?
I would.
I put some Oreos. I think those are your favorite.
So what do? You dunk
So
in here?
just-
The whole thing?
As much as you want.
I want
and then
a lot. And you drip it. What is this chocolate? Just regular?
This is just melted. I did 63% chocolate because I don't want anything too sweet because the crispy treats
Not
are already
too
sweet enough.
Yeah.
And then you can garnish with, I have some chocolate
Oreo
pistachios.
cookies.
I know. And you
Wait, look at that. Sick. Beautiful. Did you taste it?
Yeah.
And you can cut this into any shape that you want. If you have kids, you can do like a cool cookie cutter. I think that'd be fun. It's a nice little activity, right? It's decadent.
God.
It is decadent.
Yum.
This recipe, my pistachio icebox cake recipe, you can quite honestly make this with your eyes closed. I haven't tried it, but I'm almost positive that you could.
So what do you do?
In here, I have some pistachio pudding mix. I'm going to add some whole milk and just whisk it.
Pistachio pudding mix.
You
whole
don't
milk.
even need your stove for this one. Okay.
Okay.
Literally, it takes 5 minutes. If you play Taylor Swift's All Too Well, you'll be done on the couch with a glass of wine in the meantime. Okay.
Never
Wanna whisk this up
Yes,
while
I do.
put it in?
And what is that?
So this is just some whipped topping.
Whipped topping.
From the store, our favorites.
Okay, just fold it in.
Fold it in, whisk it in.
Fold it, whisk
and then I
it.
add a little bit of almond extract.
Is that it?
Just to kick up the pistachio.
This is amazing.
A little bit of
Okay,
salt.
and then what?
Then you come over here, and you.
What are these cookies on the bottom?
Okay, so instead of graham crackers, I was like, why not do sandwich wafer cookies? I had like the little cream in the middle, so you get a little bit of crunch and a little bit of the top. Yeah, do you want to pour that on top?
Yeah, I do.
Wait, so what are they?
Okay, you do that.
I'm here to cook. Hoda's here
Wafers.
to eat.
Oh,
And it's
wafers.
Hoda, it's so refreshing.
I like the pistachio flavor too, because
so
like,
good.
yeah, you could do strawberry, you could do like a lemon, but
pick
like
your thing.
pistachio. And
sorry, I'm over
top
here.
it with some Sicilian pistachios because, you know, I'm not done talking about Italy yet.
And the color's so fun. It's different.
It's super
love
easy.
that.
Just pop it in the fridge and let the fridge do the work. At least, I mean, you can get away with 2 hours, but preferably overnight so the cookie softens.
This is so yummy.
my favorite.
Okay, take us to the drink section.
Finish it off with a drink. When I was a kid, if the ice cream man came around, I was always good for an orange creamsicle ice pop all the time. If I wasn't having a fudge pop, orange creamsicle. I gotta, you know.
So what do you
in
have?
here I have some vanilla ice cream. I'm gonna add some orange juice concentrate from the freezer.
Remember the old days when you did concentrate?
Honestly, delicious. So then vanilla ice cream, a little bit of ice, a little bit of water because it's hot in here and melted.
Okay.
And I'm making it boozy because why not take your favorite childhood treat and turn it into an adult beverage?
What is that, vodka?
This is vodka. Like a little bit.
Oh my God.
A Sandra Lee
Did you see
pour.
what she did?
And a little bit of orange liqueur. Top that in.
Wow.
And then for the sake of everyone's ears, I am not going to blend this up. But blend it until it's super creamy and luscious.
Oh my gosh.
This is so
yummy. It's addicting.
You need a spoon though. You need a spoon because a straw.
Yeah, you do. I just put a straw because like lipstick, ladies.
Oh my Katie. You're doing
so darn
incredible
good.
job.
Crushed it.
We're so proud of you.
Thank you.
You can find other recipes from Katie at today.com/food.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This one's going to make you hungry. This morning in our series Behind the Brand, the woman who is the name in pita chips. Her creations are on store shelves everywhere, and now the Stacy behind Stacy's Chips is diving into something new.
Measuring success is like the mission, the culture, and the revenue, right? So the mission is you get to do the right thing. The culture is you get to have fun doing it. And then the revenue is what you have to do in order to do number one and number two.
Stacey Madison has been through it all.
Married, divorced, had 2 kids on my own, breast cancer, a lot of blips along the way. You know, I think as part of that journey, you really have to be prepared.
But Stacey's journey started with the chips.
How does one get into pita chips? The pita chip company originally started on a food cart in downtown Boston, serving healthy sandwiches on pita bread. We always had this excess inventory, baked them up, and into different flavored pita chips and gave them away for free to people standing in line.
So Stacy started cooking up those pita chips in her sister's catering kitchen.
There was no such thing as a pita chip factory, so we had to just get creative and build the machines and do all of that on our own.
Back in the 90s, she and her then husband focused all their attention on the chips, getting on shelves one local grocery store at a time. What started as a snack to keep customers happy while they waited in line for their sandwiches became Stacy's Pita Chips, and in 2005 sold to Frito-Lay for millions of dollars.
When I say that, what goes through your mind? I saw you smirk a little bit, but that must be in your wildest dreams.
And that was my firstborn in a sense, so still very rewarding to see, it on the shelf and to see how the company has grown.
And Stacy isn't done. Wanting a place for health food foodies like herself to come together, she opened Stacy's Juice Bar near her hometown in Massachusetts. When the pandemic hit, though, she was forced to close the shop after just 7 years. But it was at the Juice Bar, thanks again to extra inventory, that she came up with her latest idea, Be Bold Bars, a refrigerated snack made with ingredients like nut butters, chocolate chips, chia seeds, and oats.
When you find a great product like that, like the product finds you almost.
I think it's an interesting nuance that you have created the brand so that it is not next to all of the other bars. It's in literally a lane of its own.
The refrigerated piece of it is a hurdle because it's different distribution, it's different shelf space. Yes, we could have put stuff in it and gone into the bar aisle. That's not what we're about.
And in order to get the word out there, this time around, she's taken to TikTok.
It's a whole new ball game when you step outside of that bar aisle. And it's a whole new ball game now with social media. I mean, look, you saw my TikTok.
And throughout all her food ventures, Stacy's made it a family affair. Her twin daughters are now 18 years old.
They don't think I'm the coolest at all. They were very impressed when I went viral, though.
What advice would you give other women or moms out there who are in a position where they want to do something but might feel a little stuck?
When you get into a pool of cold water, some people have two methods, right? You're gonna tiptoe to the edge and you're gonna get in slowly a little bit at a time. And then others, they're like, you know what? Just gonna jump. And sometimes you just have to jump.
Sometimes you just have to jump.
You know what? That's the shortest way sometimes, and you have to take the leap. But we all tried them. What do you think?
I like them.
Delicious.
They're dense. It tastes like you'll be satisfied for a while.
Right, it's filling. And you know what I like to do? I freeze them and then crumble them over yogurt or ice cream, just like for a little extra something.
Joe Martin, ladies and gentlemen.
That's so good. I haven't eaten Stacy's Pita Chips, but I just never really thought about the woman behind the name. You know what I mean? So these segments are good. You get to see who's behind it.
Stacy, who handed them out because it was extra inventory for people waiting for her sandwiches. You never know where the big idea is going to come from.
That's good stuff.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, what would you do with your life if you found out exactly how long you had left to live?
As the central question in my latest Read with Jenna book club pick, The Measure. Take a look. What started like any ordinary day quickly took a turn. Billions of people around the planet wake up to find a small wooden box on their doorstep with the cryptic inscription on the lid and a single string claiming to indicate the length of one's life. The world in chaos. Where did these boxes come from? Is there truth to what the strings mean? From suburban doorsteps to desert tents, every person on the continent is faced with the same decision: what to do with their life now that they know when it will end. I know, I can't. The Measure is the New York Times best-selling debut by author Nikki Ehrlich. And let's just say hello to some of our book club members who have joined us, and we're going to get to their questions in just a bit. But Nikki, first of all, I hope you liked that little trailer we put together.
That was crazy. I've never seen anything like that. My book brought to life.
Oh, we're so happy to meet you in person. And I loved this book because it made me think about what life is, how it's meant to be lived. How did you come up with it? You wrote it during the pandemic?
I actually started it a little bit before the pandemic and then finished it really in quarantine. And so certainly the pandemic influenced the way that the story unfolded. But it really started with me just thinking about sort of life being so unpredictable and how much power do we really have over our fate. And I'm someone who turns to stories to really help me navigate those questions in life. And so I wanted to see, could I write a story about fate? And was sort of sitting with that question and ended up thinking about the ancient Greek mythology around fate and the belief in these three sisters who would spin these threads of life on their spindle, and just thought, what if these were real? You know, how would we use them as individuals, as a society? What would happen? And everything was sort of unfolded from there.
Tim McGraw has that song, Live Like You're Dying. Like, you wonder how much time do you actually have left? And it really makes you think, like, if someone gave you the opportunity to learn, if you would live a long life or a short life, what would you choose? What did you explore your own emotions, what you would have chosen?
I thought about it a lot, and, you know, sort of through the eyes of my characters. Each character's kind of internal monologue is my own monologue on a different day or another. But yeah, definitely brought a lot of emotions to the surface writing this book, especially, you know, during the pandemic and during a very difficult time.
You're still in your 20s, right? 20, and you wrote this book. It was a New York Times bestseller. It's picked up by Higher Ground, which is President and Mrs. Obama's production company, to make it into a series. Like, does it feel like a dream?
Absolutely. I mean, this has just always been my dream my whole life. And so to be here now, to just hold the book was the fruition of a lifelong dream.
Sometimes, I mean, I've looked, because I wanted this book. I mean, I love all of Jenna's books, but this one in particular. And even if sometimes if you go to bookstores, they're sold out. This is like that book. I mean, to have that happen. We have a bunch of beautiful readers who have questions that they would like to ask you. We got our first question from Elise Wagner in Dayton, Ohio. Elise, what's your question for Nikki?
Yeah, hi, everybody. So, Nikki, this is a question for you, but I'd also like to hear Hoda and Jenna answer this, too. And it's, would you open your own box?
Wow. What, Nikki, would you open the box?
I can tell it's a little hot potato for Nikki. This is her book.
I think right now I would not open the box, but I know that we change so much in life, so I'm very open to the fact that I could change my answer later.
Yeah. And I think I wouldn't either. I feel like life is also meant to be sort of lived like you're dying, you know, to know that it could happen any day. But I don't know that if I would want to know if it's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel the exact same way. I definitely, without question, would not go near the box.
I'm like, we have one here, by the way.
Is there a string? Don't look. Maybe there's one inside.
Oh, no.
There's nothing in there?
There's
okay,
nothing.
good. Yeah, I definitely would not. Would not.
Okay, our next question comes from Jocelyn Kelly in Marblehead, Maine. Jocelyn, what's your question for Nikki?
My question is, first of all, this book really stuck with me. And so my question to you is, what was the message that you hoped readers would take away with them when they finished the book?
Yeah, I think, I hope there's this message that we can all measure our lives in our own way, and we can all find meaning and happiness and fulfillment in the way that feels right to us, you know, because we are all so different. But despite these differences, everyone's life has equal impact and value and purpose. And for me, I love reading. I love reading because it's an adventure in empathy. And, you know, as soon as you open up a book, you're empathizing with these characters you've never met before. And so if my book can just add, you know, a little bit more empathy into a world that needs it, then I think that would be enough for me.
An adventure in empathy.
Yes, well, it has, and it does. And let's say hi to your mom and sister, too. Hi. Thank you, Nikki.
Thanks, Nikki.
Thank
Congrats
you.
on this.
Thanks so
Great.
much.
All right, to check out The Measure at today.com/shop, where you'll also find Nikki's book recommendations. Nikki, thank you.
Thank you. And Nikki is also going to be joining me on our Read with Jenna Instagram Live starting at 11:15 a.m. Eastern. Bring your questions, and I'm really excited because I'll be announcing next month's Read with Jenna pick. It's a really incredible one next week.
Cool. Look forward to it. Coming back tomorrow with us, why don't you?
Another great show. See you then.
Bye.
Take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. Ah!
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Today I'm dishing up the sneaky secrets I use to remake two classic chicken recipes. We've got chicken noodle soup and chicken parm. I mean, what's the point of sharing recipes if we don't dish on our secrets, right? Chicken is obviously one of the most versatile proteins out there, and it's something everyone in my family loves, frankly. So I'm always thinking of different ways to use it. So it really depends on what I'm making, but I'm a big fan of using rotisserie chicken wherever I can, especially in something like a chicken soup. I do tend to keep some frozen chicken on hand because you never know when you need a last-minute meal. But my trick is when you start to thaw the chicken, I like to begin to cut it before it's totally thawed. I find it's a lot easier to cut through when it's almost half frozen. And if it is totally thawed, my other trick is to use kitchen shears. Just use straight up scissors to cut the chicken up into little bits if that's what you're doing, because sometimes trying to cut fresh chicken is just so difficult. First up, chicken noodle soup with my secret ingredient. Take a look.
Let's start with some carrots. Wait, these aren't carrots. What are these?
Celery.
Pancakes.
Pancake. Pancake. Oh, pancake. Oh, pancake.
Why are you saying pancake?
Peel. I'm ready to peel.
All right, let's peel the carrots. You literally peel better than your father. Nice job. You want to cut this?
No.
You gonna run away? Want me to tell you when I'm done?
Cal, are you gonna stay for the onion?
It hurts my eyes.
Okay, go stand over there. Okay. Can we continue? Can I go saute the vegetables now? Okay. While that's sauteing, let's do the chicken. Take this.
Skin off.
Yeah, I'm taking the skin off.
There's nudity in there.
So instead of taking the time to boil up a whole chicken, I just bought a pre-cooked chicken at the grocery store. On some bite-sized pieces, small enough for Ollie to eat. Okay, perfect. And here's my secret. Ramen noodles. So when I was in Korea with the flu, I ate chicken noodle soup every single day, and the noodles they used were ramen noodles, and it was the best chicken soup I've ever had. So I tried to recreate that. So now I add ramen noodles to my soup. A chunk. Thank you.
Not the big chunk, right?
Sometimes I even like to eat these before they're cooked. It's up to you if you want to use the spice packet. Sometimes I'll use a little bit because it adds a nice little saltiness, but sometimes it doesn't need it. Put a lid on and let this simmer till dinner time.
It looks like butter.
It does look like butter. All right, ready? Here you go.
All right, cutting onions has been the biggest obstacle that Calvin and I encounter when we are cooking together.
I'll do the onions, okay?
Have no fear, because you guys have written in so many wonderful suggestions, and I'm gonna give them a try. Here's the thing though, the reason I never cry when Calvin is like, bawling his eyes out over these onions, I wear contacts, so I think that kind of protects my eyes from whatever juices are floating around from these onions. So chances are you're not gonna see me cry because of my contacts. But these make sense to me. The first one is you want to keep a bowl of water near you when you're chopping an onion, and I think that is because when you cut the onion, the acids are released into the air, and water actually attracts those acids. So when you're cutting, instead of them, being drawn to the water in your eye, they're being drawn to the water in the bowl itself. So that makes sense to me. I will certainly try that one. Another one, which I think is along the same lines, is you take a paper towel and you soak it in water, and then you chop the onion right onto the paper towel, which also makes sense because if the acids are attracted to the water, then the water in the paper towel would draw out the acids. However, I feel like if you have a really sharp knife and you cut a little bit of paper towel, I'd rather tear up a little bit than have paper towel in my food, but that's just me. Another one we've actually tried, because someone sent us a pair of these onion goggles. I think it must work the same way as it does with my contacts, So you put on these onion goggles, it's got a nice nice little seal around it. So again, these acids, whatever juices are floating around after you cut into an onion, are not getting into your eye. And how cool do they look? They need to make kids' version of onion goggles because the goggles I have for Calvin are too big for his face. So not only was he trying to cut the onion, but then he's touching his face with onion juice on his fingers. So it didn't necessarily work as well. He just needs glasses that fit better. Okay, and the last one is you chew a piece of gum, which you want to wait until right before you start cutting, because you'll notice when you put a piece of gum in your mouth, you naturally start talking and breathing, through your mouth as opposed to breathing through your nose. So none of these onion juices are getting into your nasal cavity, and it's not making you upset. Although this is going to make my mother very upset that I'm talking with a mouthful of gum. So thank you guys so much for sending in all these tips. I love to actually get a chance to set up my science experiments and try what you recommend. I really do read through everything you suggest, and we are certainly going to try these in the kitchen. I think the bowl of water might be our first try. Coming up next, my take on an Italian classic, chicken parm, and this one also has a secret ingredient. Stay tuned and I'll tell you what it is.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Up next is my chicken parm with a secret ingredient. It may seem a little unconventional, but instead of breadcrumbs, I actually use saltine crackers. I know it sounds crazy, but I promise it works. In addition to the crackers, for this recipe, you'll need chicken, of course, Parmesan cheese, garlic powder, Italian seasoning, salt, pepper, eggs, flour, and deli mozzarella cheese.
First, we're going to prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these?
Crackers.
We're going to use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm going to put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. I'm going to sprinkle in some garlic powder. I'm going to add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Let's put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. This is just seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic.
What else?
Seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job! What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some garlic. Some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese? Good.
Sometimes I go slow look.
You're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Should we have one more bite? You love it?
All right, let's take a couple questions from social media. Jenny asked, do you serve it with basil leaves or is that fresh spinach? That's a good question. I never really explained that part of the dish. So another secret I have, I like to take my dish, I put fresh spinach in the bottom of the dish, and then I drizzle it with some olive oil, some salt, and fresh cracked pepper. Then I take the pasta right out of the water and let it drip just a little bit, but then I put the warm pasta on top of the spinach so it starts to kind of wilt a little bit, so it's cooked but not really cooked, and it still has that nice crunch and that fresh flavor. And all of that is kind of the bed for the regular chicken parm. Another question we got from Instagram, do you feed the cameraman? That's a very good question. Why do you think I made chicken parm? So my cameraman is actually my husband, Brian.
Behind the scenes, cooking with Cal, and my AD on the shoot is sitting right behind me. And that's how we have to bribe him with food to keep him quiet.
He shoots and edits all of these cooking with cows for me, so it's truly a family affair. Brian's favorite meal is chicken parm, so this meal was all for him. And Caroline asks, where do we find all these recipes? Very good question. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
3. Let's see how fast I could cut these.
No, that's terrible.
I'm Billy James, and this is Kids in the Kitchen. My name is Isabella, and I'm in 2nd grade, and I'm 7 years old. When I first started to cook, I was 4 years old, and the first thing I ever made was scrambled eggs. My mom taught me how to cook. Some of my favorite Jamaican dishes that I make with my mom are cow foot, brown stewed chicken, curry goat, curry chicken. Cow foot is a Jamaican dish that my mom makes that I absolutely love. I think Grammy Pearl used to make cow foot. My great-great-grandma had a restaurant in Jamaica. Everyone in my family loves to cook, so that's why I like to cook for everyone in my family. I have my own lemonade business, and it's called Sunshine Lemonade. Some of the things I like to do are to play Roblox with my friends, playing outside in the treehouse with my sister. Well, anything to get out, to have fun, really. I'm also a Girl Scout and I love to ride my bike. Today I'm so excited because today we will be making my upside down pineapple cake and my sunshine lemonade. What I love most about it is it's not too sugary, and we also put applesauce instead of eggs for people who are vegan. This is what you need to get started. Some cooking spray, some coconut oil, brown sugar, pineapple slices, and maraschino cherries. I think maraschino cherries is a funny name. I think it might be French. You're going to need a 9-inch pan, some parchment paper. Then you're going to put it at the bottom of the pan. Now you want to spray the sides with some cooking spray. Now, what you are going to want to do is you're going to get your coconut oil, pour it at the bottom, but make sure it is melted coconut oil so the cake can come out nice and moist. Now we are going to get our brown sugar, pinch and sprinkle the coconut oil and the sugar. It's going to make a nice caramel taste when it's done. Yep, you have to use the whole thing. Want something really sweet today? We want something really sweet today. No more vegetables. No more vegetables. Today we deserve a treat. Now you are going to want to grab the pineapple, put it in the center, and I'm going to make a flower design. And then, now I'm going to put Another pineapple right there. Pineapple right there. Whew. Okay. And then I'm going to put it right there. And it's cherry time. Okay. 1 cherry. 2 cherry. 3 cherry. 4 cherry. 5 cherry. 6 cherry. 7 cherries more. The reason why we put the pineapples and cherries on the bottom is because the bottom is the top. So when you flip it, it looks like a cake. And now we are going to make the cake batter. Put that right there. Cake batter time. Now we are going to preheat the oven to 350 degrees. Now I've set up all my cake batter ingredients. Now we are going to start with all our dry ingredients and then mix them together. First, we are going to start with our baking powder. You have to make sure all that gets in there. Hey, you're hiding from my aren't you? Now, the salt. Maybe I'll take some. That's better. Now, my favorite part, the shredded coconut. It's time for our sugar. Let's mix it well so it can combine. Now we're gonna mix up our wet ingredients. Okay, first we are going to start with some coconut oil. This might look very weird, but I promise you it's gonna look better when it's cooked. Let's open this vanilla. Okay, got it. Make sure it's 1 tablespoon. This should be good. Okay. Oh no, cut. Okay, we'll put some more back in there. Okay, vanilla goes in there. It's not that big of a deal. It's just gonna be a little bit of vanilla. It's okay. It's okay. Who doesn't like some vanilla? Right. Now it's time for the pineapple juice. Oh my goodness, this is very chunky coconut milk. Last but not least, our apple cider vinegar. Now, mix well to combine. The coconut oil and the applesauce are going to make the cake nice and moist. Now it's time to mix the wet ingredients with the dry ingredients. Let's grab our handy dandy whiskety. Oh my, this is very thick. Oh my. Now it's time to put the cake batter in the cake pan. This is kind of having a sad part, but now we have to put it in the oven and it takes a whole entire hour. So I think I'm gonna have to call over Mom. Mom, can you help me? So the cake is in the oven and it's gonna take an hour. So in the meanwhile, how about we work on my spicy Jamaican lemonade?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks. It's not months. Exactly. Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
This cake goes great with my spicy Jamaican sunshine lemonade. Let me go grab the ingredients and let me show you how to make it. I need 8 lemons. 1, 2, 3. Oops. Okay. Okay, this is just getting ridiculous. So what you're going to need is lemons, fresh turmeric, fresh ginger root, some brown sugar, and molasses, and water too. So let's start peeling. I like to use a spoon to peel turmeric and ginger sometimes. It's really easy. More mess, I demand more mess. Turmeric can stain your hands, so sometimes you might want to use gloves so you don't get a stain. Now, let's start peeling some ginger. You could also use ground turmeric and ginger. I like using fresh spices because it gives a better flavor. Now I have to slice these, but it's a little hard for me. So, Mom! Here's the next piece. When you're done. Okay, thanks. Now I'm gonna add some water to the ginger and the turmeric and put it to a boil. Now let's start cutting up these lemons. You want to be really careful to make sure you don't cut where your fingers are because we're not cutting off fingers today, okay? Okay, well we're gonna get the lemon squeezer. Thank you. I love this machine because it has little holes in it so the seeds won't go through. And Bella squeezes lemon, she don't play. So the ginger and turmeric looks so good, it smells amazing in here. But now it's time to remove it from the stove. Okay, now I'm gonna add sugar, the molasses, and the lemon juice. But I wanna do it while it's hot so then it can all dissolve and come together. So first let's start with some sugar. I don't want to splash it. How about we use a spoon? That'll make life more easy right now. Do you see how satisfying that is? Now it's time for the molasses. It's so sticky. One time I tried it. It tastes a lot like honey, so I kind of liked it. Time for the lemon juice. We're going to let it cool for a bit. Okay. Put that right on top of there. This is my most favorite lemonade ever. It looks delicious. Right there. Oh my God. Ooh. This right here could make us some money. You know what goes great with lemonade? My cake. I think it's finally ready. Let's flip it. Now you have to let it sit for 15 minutes. It's gonna be the longest 15 minutes of my life. Oop. Oh my goodness, that's exactly what we want. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Oh, wow. It looks so good. This I will eat in one bite. Now that my cake and my lemonade are ready, I'm so excited to share this with my favorite person, my mom. Thank you. It looks, I know, it looks so good. Okay.
How it tastes.
Okay.
It's super moist.
There you go.
Thank you. Cheers. Delicious.
Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I loved you guys being in my kitchen with me today. Hopefully you can make this recipe too. See you later. Bye.
Good morning, sizzling.
Trying to chill in the heat? It's kind of hard.
Yeah, brutal temperatures on tap from coast to coast today after another weekend of record-shattering highs. New heat emergencies declared in the Northeast and out west.